reverent moment here. Let's pray together. God, I thank you for all your blessings. I thank you for the members in this house. I thank you for this house, this state, this country, and all the blessings. God, we know all good things come from you. Give us your wisdom and your direction, and we pray in all things that we would make you proud. I pray these things in Christ's name. Amen.
Amen. Members, today's Pledge of Allegiance will be given by Hans Montgomery. He is a 7th grader at Mountain Brook Junior High. He is also my page this week. I see on here David Faulkner tried to steal you. We're not going to let that happen, Hans.
Attention, salute, pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all.
Clerk, call the roll.
Mr. Speaker, Almond, Baker, Bedsole, Blackshear, Bolton, Boyd, Bracy, Brinyark, Brown, Butler, Carnes, Chestnut, Clark, Klaus, Collins, Colvin, Crawford, Daniels, Drummond, Dubose, Easterbrook, Ellis, England, Ensler, Estes, Faulkner, Fiddler, Fincher, Fort, Garrett, Gidley, Gavan, Gibbons, Gray, Hall, Hammett, Harbison, Harrison, Hassel, Hendricks, Hill, Hulk, Jones, Hollis, Hulsey, Hurst, Ingram, Jackson, Jones, Keel, Kirkland, Lamb, Lawrence, Lee, Lipscomb, Lomax, Lovern, Marcus, McCampbell, McClammy, Mooney, Moore M, Moore P, Morris, Oliver, Paramore, Pascal, Pettis, Pringle, Rafferty, Ream, Reynolds, Rigsby, Robbins, Robertson, Rogers, Sellers, Sells, Shaver, Shaw, Shed, Shiree, Simpson, Smith, Sorrells, Stahagen, Standridge, Starn, Stringer, Stubbs, Tillman, Travis, Treadaway, Underwood, Wadsworth, Warren, Whit, Horton, Wilcox, Wood D, Wood R, Woods, Yarborough.
All 59 members have answered roll. Quorum is present. The House is ready to transact business. Before we get started, we got some guests in the gallery I'd like to recognize. I'd like to recognize the Colbert County Republican Executive Committee. Waylon Hughley and Melanie Hughley are also the parents of Regina Hughley that's working in the Speaker's office. Let's give them a big hand. Thank them for being with us today. Also, we have Emma Terry, Miss Jefferson County from Leeds, Alabama, guest of Representative Susan DuBose. Let's give her a big hand today. Thank y'all for being with us. Chairman Lovern.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that Mike Bullock, Public Affairs Director for NCSL, be granted floor privilege for a special recognition.
All those in favor say aye. Privilege is granted.
Mr. Speaker, I have an announcement. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to remind you that next Wednesday, March the 6th, is the House softball game at 7 p.m. at Alabama State University. Bring your family, your friends for a free event, and remember to bring your baseball, your gloves. With that, Mr. Speaker, I move we adjourn today. We leave the journal open for the clerk to complete his paperwork, which time we will reconvene on Tuesday, March the 5th at 2 p.m. Next Tuesday at 2 p.m., not the standard one.
All those in favor say aye. Any opposed?
What did y'all win or lose last night? Or have you not, just being a Florida fan, are you not able to ascertain which number is not?
We can't handle the elections or anything, but you know how that works. You know how that works.
Afraid so.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Lee, Chairman Laverne.
Mr. Speaker, I ask that the resolution honoring NCSL be read by clerk.
Clerk, see the resolution.
Whereas the National Conference of State Legislatures was founded in 1975 and has evolved during the past half century to become the premier organization solely dedicated to serving state and territorial legislators and legislative staff. And whereas it was created from the merger of three organizations that served or represented state legislatures, and it shared the belief that legislative service is one of democracy's worthiest pursuits. And whereas NCSL is a bipartisan organization with three objectives: to advance the effectiveness, independence, and integrity of state legislatures, to foster interstate communications and cooperation, and to ensure states a strong, cohesive voice in the federal system. And whereas our nation's state legislatures are America's laboratories of democracy and have continually shown that they are bodies that tackle emerging challenges, and state legislatures are where people from very different backgrounds representing very different communities can come together and find common ground. NCSL has facilitated the exchange of ideas, provided critical research and information, and encouraged a rigorous review of complex issues confronting our communities, states, and nation. And NCSL strives to strengthen the bonds between America's state legislatures and the international community. And whereas in 1974, the American Society of Legislative Clerks and Secretaries joined with several state legislative groups to form the National Conference of State Legislatures, former Secretary of the Alabama State Senate, McDowell Lee, served as president of ASLCS from 1974 to 1975, before taking a leadership role with NCSL. Patrick Harris, current Secretary of the Alabama Senate, served as president of ASLCS from 2018 to 2019 and is past chairman of the ASLCS American Canada Legislative Parliamentary Clerks Committee. In 1984, at the direction of NCSL, a special commission of ASLCS, the Masons Manual Commission, was established. Former Secretary Lee was appointed to the commission in 1991. Over the past 3 decades, staff members of the Alabama legislature have been appointed to serve on the commission, including former Senate Administrative Assistant Dave Avant, the current Clerk of the House of Representatives John Treadwell, and Chief Clerk of the Alabama Senate Joyce Wright currently serve on the 2030 Commission. And whereas the state of Alabama has been involved with NCSL since its beginning, McDowell Lee, in his capacity as Secretary of the Alabama Senate, was a founding member of the NCSL Executive Committee and served as an officer from 1975 to 1976, as Staff Vice President from 1976 to 1977, and again as an officer from 1977 to 1978. Former Representative Michael Box served at large from 1991 to 1994, as an officer from 1994 to 1996, as president from 1996 to 1997, the only Alabamian to serve in that role, and continued on as an officer or ex officio member until 1998. Other Alabamians who have served with NCSL include former Representative Randy Davis, 2010 to 2011, former Senator Joe Fine, 1976 to 1978, former Legislative Reference Service Director Lewis Green, 1979 to 1982,
Former Speaker of the House of Representatives Seth Hammett, 2003 to 2004 and 2008 to 2010. Legislative Services Agency Director Othni Lathram, 2018 to 2023. Former State Senator Ted Little, 1985 to 1986. Baldwin County Legislative Delegation Director of Constituent Services Cliff McCollum, 2023 to 2024. And former Alabama Law Institute Director Bob McCurley, 1998 to 2001. Director of Senate Security Jametta Guardine, 2011 to 2014. Former Representative James Thomas, 1999 to 2002. And former Representative Greg Wren, 2012 to 2014. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the legislature of Alabama, both houses thereof concurring, that the members of this legislature recognize and commend the National Conference of State Legislatures for superb leadership and commitment to the legislative institution. Be it further resolved that the Secretary of the Senate is authorized and directed to transmit an appropriate copy of this resolution to the National Conference of State Legislatures.
Certainly want to thank you for being with us today, and we recognize NCSL for the work they do for not only our state, but states across the country, so thank you for that. You recognize this lady from Jefferson, Representative Moore, for a moment of personal privilege.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the reason I come before you, the body, this morning is that on Tuesday, we passed a bill that dealt with our schools across the state. When we come to the microphone to speak and we're asking for either a compromise on that bill or to sit down and let us look at how some of these bills that that are really dear to us could be changed. But it appears in this body we're just so divided between Democrats, Republicans, red, blue. But once we come into this chamber, we're one. And it just bothered me on Tuesday, the number of educators that came in opposition of the bill and realized that that bill could have been made better. But when we sit here, and because it's not, their changes don't go along with the majority's change, then there's no action. But the art of politics is compromise. Just like I'm talking now and half of people are either on their phone or they're paying attention to something else. That's why we can't ever understand what the other person is talking about. We can't relate to it because we're totally not interested in it if it's not part of our party's agenda. I do not see how this legislature, nor the state of Alabama, nor this country can continue along the great divide that we're going through. Every great country will fall. And this state is playing a role in making sure that the democracy of this country falls apart. I don't know if it's a misunderstanding of what democracy is. I don't know if it's a misunderstanding of what our roles are as legislators, or I don't know if it's a misunderstanding of our congressmen and women in Washington of what their roles are. But the art of politics is a compromise. And I know since 2010 that has not been the theme of the day. But at some point in time, we've got to work together in this body, and it's extremely unfair that the only time you all consider Democrats working with you if it's one of your bills. But when we're asking and saying that there are some changes that need to be made, then we're not working together. Or if it's an issue that specifically will benefit the citizens of Alabama, because at the end
The
of the
lady's
day,
time has expired.
thank you, and I shall come back. I appreciate that opportunity to get started.
Yes, ma'am. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Lee, Chairman Lovern.
Mr. Speaker, I request that leaves of absence be granted for absent members.
Any objections? Hearing no objections, absent members have been excused. The chair further recognizes the gentleman from Lee.
Mr. Speaker, I have a report.
House of Representatives, your standing committee on rules begs leave to report that it has carefully examined the Journal of the House for the 11th legislative day and finds the same to be correct. Signed, Representative Joe Lovern, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the reading of the journal at length for the 11th legislative day be dispensed with.
Any objections? Hearing no objections, read the journal suspense with. The chair recognizes. We done that. Clerk now receives standing reports from the committees. Receive those throughout the day. The House now is in a position to introduce bills and resolutions. The House now receive resolution report from the Committee on the Rules. The clerk will read the resolutions.
House Joint Resolution number 72 by Representative McCampbell celebrating the life and legacy of James Alvin Littleton. House Joint Resolution number 74 by Representative Hall commending Captain Marion Bullock for professional achievements on the occasion of his retirement.
Move adoption.
All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? They are passed. Clerk, call the next resolution. Clerk, call the first uncontested local bill on the regular calendar.
On page 11 of the calendar, House Bill number 96 by Representative Lamb relating to the city of Lakeview.
Question for the body now is the adoption of the VIR. Clerk, on the lock machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine and record the votes. 54 ayes, 0 nays. The VR has been adopted. Question for the body now is passage of HB 96. Clerk will unlock the machines and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine and record the vote. 16 ayes, 0 nays. HB 96 has passed. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Lee, Chairman Lovern.
Mr. Speaker, I have a resolution.
Clerk, see the resolution.
House Resolution number 79 by the House Rules Committee, the special order calendar.
I move adoption.
And all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It is adopted. Clerk, call first bill on calendar.
On page 21 of the calendar, House Bill number 237 by Representative Collins relating to in vitro criminal liability.
Chairwoman Collins, you're recognized.
My light is on.
I keep telling you that.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Speaker. I bring before you a substitute bill that has been worked on every day since last week. It has been a very fluid process, and this right now that we have before us has been agreed upon and will help us achieve our goal, which is to continue the process for those families that are going through in vitro fertilization. This is an agreed upon bill that will open the clinics and let the process that those women are already in the middle of proceed. I'm going to read the summary and then I'm happy to answer any questions. This bill would provide civil and criminal immunity or death or criminal immunity or death or damage to an embryo to any individual or entity when providing or receiving goods or services related to in vitro fertilization, and this bill would provide for retroactive effect. Happy to answer any questions, but I ask for the passage of the BIR.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Jefferson, Chairman Carnes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Collins.
Yes.
You know, you and I were in a couple of meetings in the last couple of days, and everything we discussed at that time, I was pretty happy with. I'm not sure, can you tell me how close this bill is to what our agreement, mine and your on talking points were at that time?
This is the same. This is where we were yesterday on that. This is about a liability immunity. It's not what we want to do. It's not going to long-term do it. We're going to continue need to work together to fix the problem. But right now, we were wanting to get the clinics open for the families to be using them, and this does that.
Does this have a sunset time?
It does not have a sunset.
What happened to that?
The reason is because the process for in vitro fertilization is longer sometimes than that sunset date, and that would mess it up. And so the sunset date was as much for us to be responsible and come back and do the right thing to make a long-term fix, but that's why the sunset date was taken out.
Okay, the reasoning we had for slowing this down was unintended consequences.
Yes.
And as the majority of the people in the room when we talked were for having an escape clause to keep us from getting locked into unintended consequences.
Right.
So that escape clause is no longer in there since
Well,
we do not
but
have a
We
sunset
still
time.
have most of the session left to continue to watch for that. It has been changing. It's been changing every day, trying to get different groups to agree on things. We still have 2 more legislative days to work on this, but it takes 5 days for us to pass legislation. My goal is to keep this moving because this is a bill that we can use to take care of the families that are going through that process right now.
It is your opinion, is it your opinion that we will come back and tweak this
It is.
within 365 days roughly?
I would say yes within 365 days, and it's my desire for us to start working on the long-term problem as early as next week.
As far as you know, there's still a plan to set up a committee or a commission to study this, is that correct?
I think we can set up a committee or commission, but I would also like us as a body to work together to see where we can go over the next few weeks.
Okay, so in your opinion, what we've got before us is the best thing possible even though it erases the June 1st, 2025 sunset?
It does, because we're still in charge of our actions and how we move forward. That date was for us to make a change. This, without having that date, it provides the long-term commitment to those families that they need, because some of these processes are 2-year processes. Does that make sense? Do you see
It
what I'm
does,
saying?
it does,
about that?
but another thing is a retroactive basis. You know, we have had several issues where retroactive was put into a statute and then later ruled that it was not constitutional.
Right, and our bill actually says too that the, I'm going to read that section to you because it's short, so it's not that long of a bill. This section is intended to apply retroactively to any act, omission, or course of service which are not subject to litigation on the effective date of this act. So we're not trying to undo something that's already started. We're just trying to protect the same thing with this same immunity of what's already happened as well.
So based on, see, I was not in any of these meetings, but based on the meetings that you and I were in together and the general flow of that discussion, are you saying that the intent of that is still 100% in the air to get things done properly and
Yes.
to come back?
Yes, yes.
And
There are people working on that now. We have several things. I would hope that even as early as next week, we could talk about 2 or 3 different paths that would be a long-term fix. But this is on the 3rd legislative day of a fix that would at least keep the clinics open and the families moving forward.
well, I think we all want to keep the clinics open for
I
sure.
think so too.
And I think we want to do and fix this problem that probably none of us knew about 2 weeks ago, which I didn't.
Exactly.
And suddenly it becomes the biggest problem facing the state at the moment.
Right.
And I appreciate all you've done to work on this, and I trust
But there
you.
have been a lot of people working on it, and it's certainly not me, but I have been there each step of the way, and trying to reach a balance between people has been a challenge. And at this moment in time, this does that.
Okay, well, I know you will, but if something changes, you will notify me.
I sure will.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Etowah, Representative Gidley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm now from Etowah. That's where I live. Good. I've always been the gentleman from Calhoun, but anyhow. Representative Collins, again, I know your stand. I know your stand on life. And as I come here today, I knew I could not come to this floor today, not because I'm against anything, because I'm in favor of things. That's why I'm here. Alabama is probably one of the most pro-life states in the nation. And we can't allow anything to interfere with our pro-life stand and the fact that life begins at conception. I think that's not only a moral principle, that's a biblical principle as well that we stood by. This is one of my major concerns. I do have a question. I understand there's some facilities that are not operating, and that's the purpose of this bill, to get them operating. But I also understand there are some that are operating. They're not discarding any embryos, but they're operating. Why are some facilities not, when some others are? Do you have an answer to that?
The concern about the immunity and the liability issue.
Okay.
This was the balance that would address that, and that's why I'm working to do that right now. We will still need to continue to work on the issue, but this, as of right now, is the one that opens the facility.
Well, you know, I've expressed to you that I'm very concerned about us removing the sunset. My concern with that is because human nature sometimes takes over. And as my gentleman, Karn, said just a moment ago, 2 weeks ago, none of us realized we were going to have this issue. You know, what we see often is that really good resolutions only come from difficult issues. I think that none of us really wanted to deal with this. But yet, I think also we've been enlightened to some things in these last few days that maybe some of us didn't know about. I knew there was in vitro fertilization. I knew that procedure took place. But some of the things that happened there, I had no idea. Now, and I still am not an expert. It would be remiss to stand here and say that I am. But I do have more understanding of some things. I did some research last night. One of my main concerns is, of course, the embryos that are unused. I am extremely compassionate with those who have a child or are trying to have a child. And the fact that medical science has provided us with the knowledge to bring children in the lives of individuals that normally could not have one. Yesterday in the committee meeting, after the committee meeting was over, I went to the young lady that spoke first. I hugged her neck. I prayed for her. I put my arms around her. I said, God has a purpose for you. So I'm extremely compassionate to that. But I'm also concerned about those entities who may take advantage of these families by using their embryos in ways that are not respectful to life. And I can't stand for that. I can't tolerate that because those do not belong to those entities. They belong to those parents. And in my opinion, they don't have a right to use those for any other thing besides what they're there for. This is a thing that I've realized we must not allow to happen. The other thing, and I'm watching my time. Here, I got 6 more minutes. I'm going to use it all up. I'm going to try to anyhow.
Oh, goody.
Representative Collins, you and I have had conversations apart from this well here.
Yes.
That we cannot allow this. We're almost doing a knee-jerk reaction here because of the urgency of what we have to do. That is extremely dangerous because we make decisions. I'm a full believer in the fact that there are those out there that would like to capitalize on this to move us away from our pro-life stance. This concerns me deeply, and in my opinion, can never happen. So I intend to do all I can, and I know you will too. You stated it, and I trust you, and I believe what you say, that we'll hold our feet to the fire. I appreciate what you said to Representative Carnes.
Yes.
That this would start next week. I've expressed my opinion to you that I would love to be a part of that. And I think there's a good reason why I would be a good person, because I believe in the issues, I believe in life, but I also am full of compassion. This morning, I talked about the fact that we must have compassion. That's how we emulate one of the characters of Christ.
Right.
I'm compassionate with these families. I've had conversations with people about IVF in the last few days and few hours that I never would have had before. Now, again, I'm not pleased with taking out the sunset. You explained to me why that is.
And the why.
You explained to me why that is. I still feel like it's a little bit of some of these maybe kind of holding us hostage just a little bit, okay? I really believe that. But nevertheless, I do adhere that we make sure we do not let this issue go to the wayside, that we stay abreast of this and we move immediately. Let me ask you to clarify something you said a moment ago. Is that you said it takes a bill 5 days and that we can even still work on this bill beyond this floor. Would you explain that to me very quickly?
I sure will. A bill has to have 3 readings in each house, the Senate and the House of Representatives. Today is the 3rd reading. It was filed Tuesday, went through committee Wednesday for a 2nd reading. This would be the 3rd reading. If it's passed, it will get a 1st reading in the Senate, and if they pass one today, it will get a 1st reading in the House because they'll swap. And then Tuesday could be a 2nd reading. They could go through committee.
Okay.
They could continue to work to make sure we've got it where we want it.
Okay.
We're in charge of that. We will be voting, and then on a Wednesday, we could pass the final bill that would be the law once it's signed.
Okay, I do know that Senator Stutz has a bill, Senate Bill 160, I believe it is, that words it just a little bit differently and makes it a little stronger as far as what some of these can do. I also would love to see us put in this bill, if we pass this, I would love to see us add a phrase in there that would say these could only be used for reproductive, not for research purposes, okay? Is that something we could look at doing as we go down the road, Senator Collins?
I think
Representative
that
Collins?
that would be very much a part of what we would look at as we look at a future thing that is a long-term resolution. But I think this language about immunity and limiting some of the liability and making sure that we're protecting not only providers, but receivers, families, that's what this bill has tried to accomplish up to this point.
Okay. Well, I'm ready to work on this. I'm ready to do whatever I can to do. I'd love for us
And we will still
I'd love for us to have a bill before we end this session.
I would-
Let me ask another question. I got 2 more minutes here. The moment we pass a comprehensive bill that deals with this, and I think also is extremely important that we have some regulations on these facilities. And if they choose to move away from doing these procedures, that's on them. That's not on us, because life must be protected. And what we've done here, we've opened the door here about when life begins. I did a little research last night on this, and the minute that those embryo is taken and that sperm is implanted there, that embryo begins to grow. Okay, and it grows for a number of days till it creates a thing that's almost like the placenta. Then it's implanted in the woman's uterus. That embryo wouldn't grow if it wasn't alive. Okay, it is a life. It is growing. And this is what is extremely important to me, and I think it's important to many members in this House to understand that once that is fertilized and it begins to grow, even though it may not be in the woman's uterus, it's a life. It's taking on a life. It's growing. It's living. It's a living being. It just needs to be implanted so it can continue to grow. I think that is extremely important. We must address that before anybody jumps on this idea that, well, if this is not a life, then the one in here is not a life either, okay? That's where I think many people would like to take this, and that's where I know we must be careful not to let that go. Representative Collins, thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative, will you yield? Representative,
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. I apologize.
you used up a few of my seconds.
I am listening now.
I know you are. Thank you so very much. Earlier I came to the microphone, and the reason I'm going to bring that up because I hope you and your colleagues would listen. We don't come to the microphone just to hear and talk to hear our heads rattle. We most times either see a problem that can or cannot be corrected if we work together to do it. I think with this bill that you have here, I don't know that it solves the problem. And the reason I don't know that it solves the problem because when we had the abortion bill up, a lot of us came to the microphone to talk and say, let's look at this bill before we pass it so that we won't have any misinterpretation of its intent. The ruling by Supreme Court Justice Parker is a misinterpretation of what the intent was of the Alabama abortion bill.
Or the Constitution.
No, I'm saying he missed, and the reason I'm saying abortion, because I'm going back to some research I've been doing this weekend as to whether Supreme Court Justice Parker made a mistake or was he working within the guidelines of where he thought truth was. Because when you look at it, I know he's a Christian person. I know he practices the 7 mountain mandates and the misinformation on the scripture that's included in that practice. But if you go back to when God created man in his own image, it was just an image until he blew breath in it. That's the same thing that happens with an embryo. You never saw a frozen person moving around, consciously thinking, consciously doing anything. An embryo, until you give it life, is just that. And it just runs parallel that God created man in his own image. And that's what it was. It was man created in his image. And then God, in his infinite wisdom and love of his creation, he took the opportunity and let me just give it some life. So until it's implanted, it doesn't have what traditionally we call life. And I think that when we, the misinterpretation of the abortion bill is life. And what is life? And I think that when Judge Parker looked at the lawsuit that he was facing concerning an embryo, well, is an embryo really life? The abortion bill talks about when life begins. That's the same concept. If and when does an embryo becomes life? And I think when you're looking at all of those, looking at the scientific, which I don't think he looked at, but when you're looking at the spiritual aspect of it, the humanistic aspect, without including the scientific aspect, it is easy to misinterpret what is life and when does life begin. And I think that that's the problem. That's why I'm not sure that this bill alone will address our issue. I think that we have to go also back into the bill that was passed for abortion, and we need to just pay close attention to the section that deals with when does life begin. Is it, and when you have that embryo, if it's frozen, it doesn't have a lung to breathe. It doesn't have a brain to think. You know, even when they decide to end a person's life that's in a critical condition in the hospital, they think about the ability of that person to breathe. If they're on a machine and the machine is doing the breathing, they say that that person doesn't have the qualities of life necessary. Or if their brain is still functioning, then the person has life. But if the brain is no longer functioning, then the person doesn't have life. Think about that with an embryo. Compare it with the language that we used in the abortion bill, and I believe that we can quickly see the relationship of what has happened with the in vitro fertilization as it relates to the wording that we put in that abortion bill. That's why I don't think that this will answer our question, but I do continue to say, when I come to this microphone, we don't come here because we hate every bill that's up. But in the past, when I first came into the legislature, I tell people every day, I didn't know who was Republican and who was Democrat. Why? Because when a bill hit the floor, if anybody, whether it was Republican, Democrat, came and said, look here, I think we could work on this bill to make it better, because at the end of the day, in your district, you have a diverse group of people you represent. In my district, I have a diverse group of people I represent. I represent people of all ethnic groups, of all colors, just like you. I represent Democrats, I represent independents, I represent Republicans, and whatever other group they want to call themselves. You do too. But it's disheartening when we as a body that was elected by portions of the district that we represent and we get the majority vote, we do not listen to what the citizens say. We then start, in some cases, because the Democratic Party can't tell me what to fight for and not to fight for, but I do notice that with other parties. When we get here, we still represent those people that elected us. And I think the blessing that God sent to us because of Judge Parker's opinion is that we now see that across the state of Alabama, the number of families that depend upon what they used to call test tube babies, artificial insemination, in vitro fertilization. Now we know the importance, and there are so many women and so many families, period, that would not have the children that they desire and that God would desire. And I think that he had a hand in making sure that we discovered the process, because when our grandparents and ancestors was alive, if a lady couldn't have a child, in some cases, if she had a sister or a brother that was married, they would sometimes give that family member one of their children, because there was no opportunities medically for them to still conceive and have children. So I think that the whole blessing is that we see the importance of this process, and over the years it's gone from being a test tube baby to having a more scientific name of in vitro fertilization. I know I saw one of my best friends on the TV talking about her sons. She was the first female with in vitro fertilization at the University of Alabama Hospital. And her sons now are 40 or above. But it's a necessary process. But I think if we're going to correct it, we also need to pull that abortion bill. We need to look at it, and we need to ask the question again: when does life begin? God created man in his own image and woman, but they had no life until God blew breath in them. It's symbolic to an embryo. An embryo does not have life until it's been implanted, and then is given life and the opportunity to grow. It'll never grow in the frozen embryonic state that it's in. Thank you for listening. I wish that everybody else who on the phone would listen also, and just give each and every one of us a little of your respect. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair thanks the lady. Chair recognizes the lady from Madison, Representative Hall. Be the fourth person to speak on the BR.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Hall, before you get started, let me recognize Jack and Jill of America, the guest of the Alabama House Democratic Caucus, as well as Representative Clark. Let's give them a big hand for being with us today. Here they are over here. Let's give them, yeah. Thank y'all.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the lady yield.
Yes, ma'am.
First, I want to say thank you for the work that you've done, but also challenge you as we move forward. I noticed in some of the comments that have been made earlier, there was still some trepidations and concerns relative to exactly what we're doing with this bill. I would say that at this point, you would say, I think I heard you say this is a temporary fix, or maybe I implanted that.
No, I believe that we still need to address it, but we also want the clinics to be open, and that to me was what this is trying to accomplish.
And so I also heard someone talk about there were clinics that are here in Alabama that are still open, and then there are some that are not open. So help me to understand, what is the difference? How is it that some clinics can be open and others are closed?
I can't explain the why that they've made a business decision for that. What I can say is that I know that we knew one was closed last week, one closed Friday. We expected others to close this week. And my thought, or my assumption, which may be wrong, is that we are moving so quickly to try to address this issue to keep them all open, and maybe they respected that process. But Ms. Hall, I don't know what their reasoning is for opening or closing.
So I thought it was interesting that I have no idea. I just know that if I'd be interested in seeing the differences in terms of the response. And I do think as we're working on this bill, that certainly is something that whoever is working with you on the bill should want to know from those clinics, what it is that allows one clinic to be open versus why the other one would not close. Is it
I'm not going to know the answer.
Okay, so you don't know the answer. In terms of this bill, it has no sunset, as you said, which I think is good. But there are parts that are still missing, major parts that are missing as it relates to, it does not prevent someone else from bringing a lawsuit or anything at this particular time.
It's set out to give immunity for right now.
And what does that mean
to
when
the
it says?
provider, but still protecting the families that are using and receiving the services too.
And so when you say it is given immunity, what do you mean?
That at this point in time, until we get a longer term fix, that they would have immunity, just like it says, from criminal or civil, an action, a suit, a criminal prosecution for the damage or death of embryos shall be brought or maintained against an individual entity when provider or receiving goods and services related to in vitro fertilization. We are providing with this legislation a pretty broad immunity for this moment in time, which to me gives us the impetus to continue to work on this issue for a long-term fix.
And so what do you see? What are okay, so now that you've done that, you've taken care of that part, and that came about because of the court case, right?
Yes.
And what
it came apart because of the ruling by the Supreme Court.
Right, but the court case. And that ruling, the court case did what was it that the courts did that caused us to be where we are today?
They were worried about the where the life was at that, what the law said about the life of that embryo.
What the law said
about the life of that embryo.
About the embryo. All right. And because that ruling because the ruling was made, then we had some clinics that thought that is impacting them in a negative way, and they said we close, and then there are others that did not.
No, I think they all felt like it affected them in a negative way. I think we heard from all of them that they felt threatened by that ruling, and that's why we started working right away to find something that could be agreed upon.
All right, so in light of what has happened up to this point, and we're at this bill, what are some of the other changes or the other that you see as we move forward?
I can't guess that. I can tell you that we've looked at some language that Louisiana used. There's a group working on that now to see how that fits. I think that we're looking at lots of different pathways to move forward, even this session.
So if we're looking at so Louisiana, I don't know what they did. Was that based on a court ruling as well?
No, they've had theirs since I think the 80s. So
the process for in vitro fertilization?
Well, we've all had that for a long time.
Yeah.
I think Ms. Moore even mentioned someone had a 40-year-old child.
Sure.
So that has been, but their law has been on the books since then, and I don't know exactly what it says. That's why we need to continue to study to make sure we've looked at all the issues and what is the best pathway for our state as we move forward.
And
these families are in the middle of a process, some of them literally in the middle of a process where they're getting their bodies ready for that, and when it pauses or they postpone services and women are right in the middle of that process, that's what created the desire for us to move as quickly as we could to get those clinics back open.
Oh, I had the opportunity yesterday to meet several families and to talk with them, and it is refreshing to have people when there are issues that they can bring them to the legislature and we get immediate response, and also can respond to the concerns. I also said that, and I appreciate that, because I know when you can put a face with an issue
Yes,
and speak to an individual.
Yes.
And have that individual to share his or her story. Even some of the comments I've heard today, I would challenge those individuals to have a conversation with the men and women that showed up in my office yesterday about what that experience is like and why it's important for us to do it the right way. Our problem is we didn't do it the right way in the beginning when we started. Well, my opinion, let me put it this way. It is my opinion that we didn't do, and when we go all the way back to how the court case, that the constitutional amendment, that there were some things that we did not do in the right way, and which caused us to be where we are today. And so I'm trying to see how are we going to fix that. I know you're coming with this Band-Aid for today, but there's a big open wound out there that needs to be covered and taken care of. And how are we going to do that from this point forward? As a way, does that mean we have to do a constitutional amendment again? What does that process look like? What are your thoughts as it relates to that?
I think that's what I was talking about earlier, that I think we need to study. Getting the clinics open was our priority. And now let's look at the issue and see do we need to look at the constitutional amendment and get that on this next ballot? Do we need to, can we adjust this within our own laws and satisfy it? And I can't tell you I know that answer today. My goal this week has been to try to find some compromise that would open our clinics for these families. Once that immediate issue is there, then we can slow down, look at all the options, and make the best decisions.
But we could come with the constitutional amendment to be ready by November.
We could.
That if we're wanting to really do it right, I think
if we needed to do that, we could do that.
And so if we're implementing your bill today, and then the work is to come back and make sure that we're getting it done right, I think we might be well on the way, because the questions are still out there. And I think the question becomes, I think Representative Moore talked about it, like what is life in terms from a frozen embryo to where we are today.
That'll probably be a longer than 5-day discussion.
Much longer than 5 days.
And the lady's time has expired.
I agree.
The question for the body is the adoption of the VIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 93 ayes, 4 nays, 2 abstentions. The VIR has been adopted. Chairman Collins.
I move for final passage. Oh,
Sure.
I knew to adopt the substitute. We had a substitute in committee. I apologize. No, we passed the BIR.
Okay, members, we are on the substitute. If you're not wanting to talk on the sub, if you would cut your light off, and if you want to talk on the bill, I'll call you up on the bill. Representative, you want to talk on the sub or on the bill? Chair recognizes Jennifer from Tuscaloosa. Representative England.
Excuse me, Mary.
Thank you for recognition. Will the gentlelady yield?
Yes, I will.
So I recognize this is a huge deal. Like, this is a big deal. And I've been kind of wrestling with the law and the actual moral implications of what we're doing.
Me too.
And it's interesting that this immunity bill in and of itself is requiring us to be morally ambiguous and intellectually dishonest at the same time. And I get there's a big issue with the pausing of the clinics operating and all that kind of stuff, and the immunity allegedly brings forth some belief that they may not be sued if they operate, or if they are, it will shield them from being sued. And like we're kind of go back in time and give them immunity that didn't exist when this whole thing happened. Which, you know, what's interesting is the country has been telling us that the decision was wrong, that the logic was faulty, misapplied the law. But instead of fixing the law, we're protecting the decision. So it's almost like we're telling the country that our judges were actually right. And not only were they right, but the definition that they put in there for wrongful death actually does, in fact, apply to embryos. So in Alabama, for all intents and purposes, life begins at conception, and according to our Constitution, those embryos have a right to life. Wouldn't you agree to that? Yes or no?
I've not looked at the Constitution this week. I looked at it briefly one day. I'm just going to say this addresses the immediate problem, and that's what I'm trying to do today. Do we need to have the longer discussion? Yes, we do.
But does it address the immediate problem? Because it seems like there's this movie that I watch a lot, and I can't remember the name of it, but one of the lines in it is, hope is not a plan. This is hope. Because what we're hoping is that no one else with a cause of action sues the state of Alabama because we are violating the public policy of the state, because this immunity gives operations and doctors and medicine and all that stuff that goes on in IVF clinics immunity to do whatever's necessary to pursue fertility treatments. But we also know that in those same fertility treatments, embryos are discarded and embryos are destroyed. The immunity that we're providing here is limited so they can do that. Isn't that correct?
Generally, yes.
Yes. So if in fact we have a constitutional amendment that requires us to adopt public policy that these embryos have a right to life, can we pass a law that authorizes life to be taken in fertility clinics?
I don't believe within these 5 legislative days that we're trying to open these clinics that we can come to a decision as a body that we all agree upon on those issues. I'm not saying that we don't need to do that right away, but I am saying that this solution is for opening the clinics right away, and that's what we're trying to do.
All for that. I am all for that. I am.
Good to hear.
I am all for that because I think I want the clinics to open. However, as I said from the very beginning,
You would like us to address the issue as well?
oh yeah, because
I would like us to do that.
there are far-reaching implications of personhood, because just gonna be honest, if those are in fact children, unborn children, there is an argument there that the state would have to take custody of those embryos in the event that the person stops paying for the service, in the event that that person who's getting the service dies. And I'm not sure if you're prepared to create the Alabama Department of Cryogenics But that's an issue. And
I've heard that issue.
our temporary solution here is akin to turning a water hose on a burning tree in a forest that's on fire. And imagine the amount of spiritual warfare that is being captured in a paragraph on a piece of paper here that we're claiming is immunity. But with me, and just a general philosophical question, when you turn and you protect this particular relationship, doctor-patient relationship with immunity, you are implying that it is somehow more important than a doctor who's dealing with a patient who's at the hospital with a embryo that's implanted in a fallopian tube that cannot be born. It could kill the mother. It's the same situation, but that particular doctor-patient relationship is not immune.
Well, in our law, the life of the mother is an exception.
Yeah, but but again, we're determining at what stage does that embryo become.
In this bill, we're just trying to provide immunity
No,
to make
in this,
sure that we're
actually, no, in this bill, as I said at the very beginning, you're requiring us all in here to be intellectually dishonest and morally ambiguous.
That's not how I feel.
But it is. You're capturing immunity for a relationship on paper, so you can only attempt to address one small problem when there is a massive elephant in this room.
Correct.
So we're not offering the people a solution. We're offering them a remedy.
We're offering a
And hold on.
solution for today that gives us time to look at what that long-term remedy would be.
And you know what though? And this is just a general conversation about what we do in government. Like when we address crisis situations in the way that we're doing, the solution often costs more and it doesn't work. And again, what we're asking the public to do with this bill is just go along with us. Because, you know, when the AG comes out and says, I'm not going to prosecute, that's not what we're worried about. What we're worried about is somebody who wrote an amendment and we enshrined it in the Constitution that says our public policy is a right to life state in all manners, in all measures. That includes rape, that includes incest, and it also includes IVF. According to the theory that was put forth in one of our Supreme Court justices' opinions, that the state of Alabama's public policy is that all of those have a right to life, and nobody can sit in a room and determine which one doesn't and which one does. And what this immunity does, it allows us to pretend that we're addressing the question. And we're not. We're just not. Because when we leave here today and those clinics open up, there are going to be some things that happen in there that I know a large number of people in this room object to. But we're going to say it's immunity. So I'm wondering when we'll be able to actually muster up the political will in this room to take the intellectually honest position and follow it to its logical conclusion. And I guarantee you, we will not be on the same side of the
And the
page.
gentleman's time
We'll
has
provide a
expired.
long-term solution. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Question for the body is adoption of the committee sub. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes, 84 ayes, 3 nays, 7 abstentions. The committee sub has been adopted. Chairwoman Collins.
I'd ask for final passage.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Madison, Representative Rigsby.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for your hard work on this. I know it's not been easy. Thank you. And I know it has been a heavy lift to get done in a very short amount of time. And we have talked about this offline. You know where I stand. My concern is that we remove the guardrail of the 1 year. I understand that the issue is it takes longer for the IVF process to happen. Now, I have to admit, before 2 weeks ago, I did not know much about IVF. I feel like I'm having to become an IVF expert at this point. The problem with that is being a healthcare provider, I probably understand more than I want to. And there's been things that I've uncovered in this process that I have an issue with. I do concede there has to be a time where we allow that process to happen. And we are saying that we are going to continue this conversation. I implore us, through whatever means necessary, we have to be brave enough to have those conversations. I don't stand here before this body and say I have the answers, because I don't. But we have to be brave enough to have that conversation. If we believe life begins at conception or fertilization, the first step of that process, and we are going to use medical technology, and we're going to use the processes that we know in biology and the human reproductive system, and man is going to insert themselves into that process, I believe we have a moral and ethical obligation to see that process through. That life has the right to a chance at life. There are other states who've addressed this. There's other countries that address this. There's a term that I think this body needs to take up and pay attention to. It's called bioethics. There's a term called bioethics that other states are starting to look at issues not just IVF, because medicine and technology is advancing so fast that we're going to get into areas where a lot of us in this room are going to have to start scratching our head and go, can we really do that? Can we really get to a point where we can genetically modify an embryo so we can have a blue-eyed, blonde-haired baby? Is that possible? We have to address those questions. And I, will volunteer my time to sit in a room and start to have these conversations. I would really like for us to put some guardrails behind that. I understand the reasoning is it takes a little longer for IVF. The reality of that is there's always going to be somebody in that process. If we set it at 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, and we're going to say we're going to sunset it, somebody's always going to be in the process of going through the IVF procedure or the IVF cycle. So we're going to have to allow for some room for discussions there. Do I like that? Personally, not necessarily. But I have to concede there's got to be room to address this issue. We have to not only be pro-birth, but we have to stand and be pro-life. And unfortunately, I think so much of this conversation is just on the pro-birth side. We have to make sure we get back to the pro-life decision-making and argument and just have those conversations. I had women in my office yesterday telling me their story of IVF. They showed me the pictures of those little infants. And if you know anything about me, I love babies. I absolutely love babies. And so I just goo-gooed and gaga'd over their little babies. But those ladies sat in my office in a moral dilemma because they have multiple embryos and they're asking themselves, what do we do? How do we handle this situation? We know we have one of 4 options, and most of them we don't like. So what do we do? And some of these women are choosing to do IVF because they're willing to do anything on the front end to get a result on the back end. We just have to be willing to have that conversation and work through this. I believe that we can. It's not going to be easy, and there's going to be some tough decisions to head and some tough conversations. But I implore this body not to back down from not just the IVF conversation, but also expand our horizons and start looking at bioethics and what's coming down the pipeline and what we're going to be faced with that we would have just imagined happened in sci-fi movies. Well, we're getting there. Some things that I have read, we are very close to taking a woman out of the equation to produce a baby. We have to be prepared for that. So let's start having that conversation. Again, I thank you for working on this. Unfortunately, I don't like that we removed that time frame. I think that takes pressure off of us to make something happen. often, but I do appreciate your time. And Mr. Speaker, thank you for the recognition.
Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Van.
Thank you for the recognition. Listen, when I came here in 2010, that's been almost 14 years ago, I noticed a trend here in the State House. And every bill we had for a period of years was giving someone immunity in this state. I'm not in favor of giving a doctor immunity for anything. One of these women could die just trying to figure out a pathway to give life. And what we're gonna pass right now is a pathway for a doctor to commit an act, and as we term it, and I'm assuming as long as he's exercising best practice. That's a dangerous term in the medical field, best practices. That means that's a very, very, very low bar that we're setting here today. Best practices, not negligent, not wantonness, not recklessness, not a disregard for life, but we're passing legislation here today that will say that a doctor can exercise and use best practices. And you all can do what you want to do. I said when I took this podium the other day, I've never asked you not to do anything. But this bill needs some work. I tend to agree with Representative Carnes and some others that have come here, people that I philosophically do not agree with in most instances. I'm not one to believe that we are here to regulate morality. That's not my job. But I do have a problem with us giving anyone in the medical practice that we are not affording this type of immunity to no other doctor in the state of Alabama except for one that is in this particular practice. There's something wrong with that. There's something seriously wrong with this piece of legislation. Sometimes the urgency of now can cause you to lose your life. We've taken off the sunset, and now we've created a scenario for these mothers that, okay, they will now be able to go in and get these practices, but what we're not telling them realistically is that doctor can harm them in some kind of way. For those that are not sterile, they could become sterile. Because not everybody goes in there, just some people may not be able to have a baby for different reasons. But I've seen mothers who were still able to have a baby that went through in vitro fertilization and eventually was able to give birth naturally. I've seen that.
So you are now saying that that mother who may have had to have an IVF procedure, the doctor has committed some act using a best practice, and he's immune from prosecution. That's not right. And I don't care who it is. And I don't care if you're pro-life or pro-choice or whatever your choice or decision in life is. We are setting a pathway to doom, damnation, and destruction. And you can bet your bottom dollar, I bet you $500 to a bucket of crap, that somebody
will be on a test case for this, and we will have allowed some mother to die because she is so desperate. IVF is a last resort for women who have not been able to conceive, who have had some type of cervical issue or cancer, different mad things, and they use this as a last resort of hope. But what this bill is possibly going to set up is a death sentence.
We've tried to protect that patient and that mother that you're concerned about.
We've tried.
Because we've added that those providing the services or those receiving.
Now, I don't know if Mike Jones is sending you these notes. At the end of the day, we have a standard. I'm talking about the standard. And in the practice of law, there are certain elements that have to be met when someone commits an act of negligence. And it's typically known very basic as a reasonable man standard. This doesn't even fall within the reasonable man standard. What would an ordinary person under the same and similar circumstances would have done? Well, some doctor may not have been used that particular practice or procedure. And when at the end of the day, we are setting, this is a very dangerous bar. This is a very, very piece of scary legislation. And it's a quick fix for a debacle or a ruse or whatever you want to call it, that the Supreme Court here, whom after I've seen some of these commercials that are running, I have no respect for it. I don't care who knows it. But this is really scary, and I just have a problem with it. But to these mothers out here, you better know what you're doing. When you go in and see Dr. X, and he now has in his mind, I can do whatever I want to do. I may not have washed my hands thoroughly. Do you know how many people die from staph infections in this state? Do you know how many infections are caused just by medical practitioners not washing their hands? But I wonder what the heart surgeon is saying today. I wonder what the gynecologist is saying today. I wonder what the endocrinologist is saying today. I wonder what the general surgeon is saying today, the anesthesiologist is saying today. If we pass this bill, are they immune? Absolutely not. We have hospitals in Alabama that are closing not just because of the Medicaid, not having Medicaid expansion, but we have hospitals because good doctors, some doctor made a mistake, and hospitals have been hit with so many malpractice suits. And coupled with the gap between Medicaid, coupled with the malpractice suits and all of the funding that has left the hospitals, they are forced to close. But now we can give this level of immunity to a doctor. We have doctors, some of them that are practicing that are not even doctors, on the black market. This is very scary, and again, I'm not sure, and this is the second week I've heard we worked out amongst parties. And I know the speaker gave an eloquent speech the other day. I wasn't criticizing my colleagues, but my thing is talk to more than one or two people, because they may not speak for me. And I believe that every voice in this chamber has a right to be heard, whether I like it or not. But I want the people who are listening to know that I am not that person that you spoke with. I'm not in support of this piece of legislation because I don't support any piece of legislation, because I've gone to court and represented people who have serious life-threatening issues now, where you walk in the door, but this person or that person is immune. I've seen people in the state of Alabama now lose bodies and limbs and things of that nature. But because of this one little word, immunity, the judges will not even look at the case because they are immune. And that is what we've created here in the state of Alabama. And now we're creating a special class of people, because that's what we've done here today, essentially, is create immunity that is so different from any other class, but it doesn't fit everyone that's called a doctor or licensed to practice medicine in the state of Alabama. My thing is, if you give it to one, you give it to all.
The lady's time has expired. She recognizes the gentleman from Shelby, Representative Mooney.
Save you if I have to. I promise.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Oh, thank you, Steve.
Representative Collins,
Yes,
thank
sir.
you for all the hard work you do so many times in relation to life-related things. I know you're well aware. I mean, we work so closely with you, Rich Wingo and I, to go through the process of getting the Human Life Protection Act. And I know we discussed our individual thoughts and things about it. We weren't always exactly the same, but we came up with what we believed would work. And I'm not rising in any way to be objectionable. This is a very difficult, heart-rending type of thing to be dealing with. I believe we are dealing with a problem that has been created without a cause. I think it's an issue that has, some people will get up and say, well, your bill's looking for a reason or whatever. I don't know that we had a reason for all of this. However, we're here, we're in this process. I voted no on the first BIR because I objected to the concept in that bill, or that, you know, just literally applied retroactively totally and did not have a few other words in it. I voted differently on the BIR on this because I felt it was an improvement over what was there. I listened to Representative Rigsby, and I am hopeful that he can hear what I'm saying now, because his heartfelt comments are shared by me in relation to opening a door to problems in bioethics that we face. I have a son who is a doctor, a cardiologist. That always weighs heavily on me as I look at things like the process when we pass an ability for medical personnel to say they could not do certain things. We pass a bill to protect them on a faith basis of what their beliefs were. I've got to vote for life. This has been a very difficult decision to come through. As Representative Rigsby said, this is about the process of beginning life. And there's a whole lot more that's got to go on to protect life. This issue is an issue that's been in my family, with two of the ladies in our family. And I don't want to get specific about any of that, but it's not something that has not affected us. Fertility processes are something that are a part of the lives of not just ladies, but men too, because of the desire to have children. God clearly in Genesis made it a point to say, after creating Adam out of dust, and then a much more, in my belief, great creation to create woman from the body of man, a bone, as it says in some translations. But before we got the 10 Commandments, he said, go forth, be fruitful and multiply. So overnight, my process has been one of trying to understand, how do I vote for what I think is a bad situation, a bad bill, then try to vote for what is a better situation on a bad situation, a bad bill. To say that I'm a conflicted human being about this is just being dead honest, that I don't know the right answer to where we are.
But as the gentleman who spoke before me said, it is not just something that I implore us to do. It is our God-commanded responsibility to deal with the long-term effects of what we're doing here. I still don't know how to vote in the end of this thing because I'm still grappling with it. But you have, with the work that's been done by people in this process, come up with something that helped me because you define this idea of liability and the discussion on it. I do join everyone who has said putting a guardrail on this of time that requires us to physically do something intentionally to deal with this issue is extremely important. And I'm not here to offer an amendment. I'm here sharing my heart.
I will explain to you that as we were having that part of it in and out and all, that part of it, in my mind, how I grappled with it, was on us. But when you put it in the law, it would affect how the women that were going through the process were affected. So therefore, I knew it was important to this body.
Right, and I realize
we talked
that.
about it numerous times, but it was an interference in this process. And if it's aimed at us addressing the problem, then we just need to continue to work together to address the problem.
And I guess I come to the point of saying this has been created for us. It is not something, to join with what Representative Guyan said, somebody hasn't gone out and cast a lawsuit over this at this point in time. It's not something that has been created because there's an action that occurred. There certainly was a civil suit with some things out of Mobile, but we are dealing with what ifs, we are dealing with all kinds of future issues, but the bioethics issue is a massive issue. God creates, not man. That's my heartfelt belief, that we have got to put governing regulations on us that require us to do what our responsibility is. I hate the fact that we have been put in a position to have to deal with something where there wasn't a problem. Things were working fine, and we've had situations with institutions, with business, with whatever it is that's out there that's caused this to happen, that is pushing us in this way. I'm expressing a fear of the future in relation to the very thing that we worked so hard on to make and put into the Constitution of our state, as well as the legislation we passed about the Human Life Protection Act, that we could be tampering with things that long-term are going to be bad for us. I'm just sharing what I hope and pray everyone in this body is gripped by, that this is not a flippant decision. This is not a time for us to be voting this way or that way because this group says to do this, or that group says to do this, or this business says to do that, or this lobbyist or whatever. In fact, I even saw an old friend who's a lobbyist yesterday in the hall, and I said, I sure am glad to see you. He said, why are you glad to see me? I said, because you're not asking me for anything. We've got to search our own hearts about what's going on and what is right in this issue. I will have friends in this body that I trust and I believe in and that I care for and that I long-term support who they are and what they do and what they're about, who may vote differently than I vote. But it's not going to change the love I have for them or the love I have for you, the experiences we've had in life. But this is a massive issue. It is not a simple vote that we're taking today. We are dealing with the creation of a human being in the process of an embryo and what happens with it. And long term, the commitment that I've had in my life to Lifeline, past Save a Life, but to Lifeline, to care for these children who come in a situation where a mother gives a baby up for adoption, things like that. But now we're looking at it from a different standpoint. What is going to happen in relation to the embryos and what's being done. We need a guardrail on this bill of time to force us to do what needs to be done. I thank you, and I apologize for being emotional. This is an issue that grips my heart tremendously, and it'll probably bother me for a long, long time. Thank you, Terry. I'm sorry. Thank you, Representative Collins. I appreciate your hard work, and body, I hope that everyone will just simply understand how important this long-term issue is.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from St. Clair, Chairman Hill. While he's making his way down here, I'd like to recognize in the gallery Holy Spirit from Montgomery. Let's give them a big hand. The fourth grade class, guest of Representative Ingram and Othni Latham.
I'm for you. You ready, Mr. Speaker? Ms. Collins?
Yes.
I'm not down here to discuss the ideological implications of this, the theological, the potentially hypothetical. We've got a situation where people who want to have children are not being allowed to do so. And we have an opportunity to correct that at this time. Now, as you have said, and I agree, this should not be the end of the discussion. This should be the first step on the road. And I want you to know, and Mr. Speaker, I am absolutely willing to get on that committee, and I am willing to work with you because I think we need to come up with a solution, and it's not necessarily going to be one everybody likes, but it's one that we need. But to not allow people who want to bring children into this world to do so is a bad mistake. Thanks, Terry.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes the lady from Mobile, Representative Drummond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the gentlelady yield. Yes. I have sat there so very quietly, and I know what you're trying to do, and I actually admire what you're trying to do because you've been put in a very untenable position. Because when the Supreme Court did the ruling, I had so many folks, because I know a lot of folks that have gone through this, the emotional roller coaster, and in my opinion, they gave you a bunch of manure and you're just trying to step around it and in it. But you know, I was sitting there as I listened to all of the debate. One thing that came to my mind, and I had somebody who texted me who's actually going through it right now, who's a cancer survivor, who's terribly emotional about this process. And they said, ask her what is IVF services. And I thought that was such a good question because IVF is such a personal, it's very, very personal. And as I hear all these men, you know how I feel about men talking about my body. I am pro-choice, but I'm also pro-life because I've been faced with the decision, do I do this and do I do that? And all of these Bible verses that have been preached, I lived it. I did what God wanted me to do, but that was my choice. And so standing here this morning, and I've heard all this talk, but you don't know what you don't know until you go through it. And I am so tired of folks telling me as a female in Alabama what I'm going to do with my body. It is time that we stop this because it's time. My mom always said, if you do it right the first time, you won't have to worry about it on the back end. And Alabama did not do it right on the front end. That's why we're faced with what we're faced with right now. And the young lady who texted me this morning, she said, Ms. Drummond, I have embryos right now. Who's going to take custody of those? What's going to be the long-term fix? I'm not interested in Band-Aids. I, as a female, why am I always on the attack? me and my body. I make choices every day. And the choice that I, as well as many of these other women, are making, you don't know, they are paying. I said in that committee meeting, that young lady said they paid over $200,000. Do you know people are losing their whole life savings? And we're going to sit in this body and we're going to tell them what to do with their bodies. Y'all, that's not right. So tell me, what is an IVF services?
The intro,
Yes.
in vitro
In
fertilization.
your bill, not in your opinion.
I mean,
It's not
just
defined in the
references
bill.
that It's not defined in the.
Why is it not defined in the bill? Because again, they gave you a bunch of manure and you're trying to step around it, but it's time for Alabama to just step in it and come up with a solution and get out of folks' bedrooms and out of folks' bodies.
Well, I'll say that I believe this gives us time to work on that longer-term solution. That was my goal with this one, is to do that. If we need to set guidelines or guardrails around IVF, if we need to, I think we've got a longer-term conversation that we have to have, but clinics were closing. We were trying to get an agreement that would help them open so those families could continue those processes.
Why won't we put a definition in the bill?
I'm not saying we won't. I'm saying for this one, this is agreed upon right now, and it solves the immediate problem of opening the clinics, and we do need to work on the longer-term product.
Well, you know, I sat there quietly and I heard all of this, and I'm going on what Rep. England called it morally ambiguous. Then I had heard Representative Gavan make the point that it's also legally ambiguous. You're fixing one problem, and if that young lady has a problem that perhaps may, and I'm not saying that it is, all doctors are not perfect, just like we are not. But sometimes I think we are. But if there is a problem in that procedure,
we believe that adding
we are given immunity.
Addresses that we're protecting that patient as well.
But it's not about the patient. If there was a mistake that happened, she can't go back to that doctor as you would in any other procedure and take any kind of legal action. This bill is too morally ambiguous and legally ambiguous. And I keep standing here, and I've heard all these men talk about all these Bible verses. Nobody can be a better Baptist than I am. I was raised on the Word of God. I live the Word of God. I came into a body that I told somebody when I first got elected in 2014 that I didn't want to be a politician because I wanted to go to heaven when I died. But you know what? God told me He's raising up His people to put them in high places. And we've got to stop trying to be God. God won't ever know that Representative Drummond is making the right decision if you are making it for me. Let me make my own decision over my body and my family's life. That's all I'm standing here this morning. I know what you're trying to do. You're in a position that's not a good position. You're walking around something that's not very good. Until we take a deep dive into this, until we decide in Alabama the woman is worth something. She has a mind, she walks and she can breathe, and she can make her own choices for her own body. Thank you, ma'am.
Chair thanks the lady. Chair recognizes the lady from Macon, Representative Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The young lady. Again, I understand what you're doing. We're in a crisis time. I've listened to all the conversations we've had today, And I think everybody voiced some valid opinions as to where they are. So there is a need to have some work done.
Yes.
My recommendation at this time, we sit here and we make these laws, and right now we're really suffering from our own laws. Many instances we do things from partisan, personal references. This is a case, in my opinion, that we can have a subcommittee, but I would seriously recommend that we have someone from the medical profession to come in here and deal with us with the true facts, the knowledge, the research that's done, because we don't have that. And and as I listen to a lot of the cases and the circumstances and having to do away with the bad embryos that happened, I had a personal experience with a friend of mine. And she had about 6, I think, embryos that she had frozen, and they went in, and I think they got 2 or 3, and they put it into her. 2 of the babies, when she had them, died at birth. The 3rd baby was born with a severe physical, mental disability. I mean, he's 21, not 22, and they've had to care for this adult child as an infant because of the condition that he was born with. So they decided, and with the understanding of what was going on, that she couldn't use those other embryos she had because they felt that they were all bad. And my concern is, as I sit here and now, and I know she hadn't called me yet, but I know she's really concerned. Will they come back and get me for not wanting to use those bad embryos that I knew I had that I really couldn't put in my body? So again, it's situations like that where when I hear people saying destroying the embryos, we're killing children, medically, there are reasons sometimes they can't be used. So I also want to say thank you for including the patients in this part, because I mean, and that's why I was thinking about her, because the folks who called me have been patients, and they're concerned about, well, will they come back at me? Will this, what will be the circumstance and situation? So just to make it short and simple, let's not try to handle this among legislators. That's true. We got 2 great medical schools. We got University of South Alabama, got UAB there, and those schools should really help us resolve this issue that we're facing now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair thanks the lady. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Clark, Representative Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, let me know so long I forgot it was even on.
That makes 2 of us.
You knew it was on. I was wondering if it worked on your console up there. There are some people in here that from my district. I just got a text. I don't know if Jack and Jill people, they might be already gone. But I want to commend you, and then I want to say a couple of things. When we try to play God, we put ourselves in a bad fix. And there's a lot of people in here want to play God, want to control other folks. God is not a controlling God. God is a God that gives us free choice. Decisions we make on our own. I want to say another thing here, that we are trying to do what he didn't do. He said, I set before you life and death, good and evil, blessings and curses. You make a choice. You choose. But when somebody else is choosing for me, it does not give me the opportunity to choose. This is a very precarious situation that we're in here in the state of Alabama, because somebody on the Supreme Court wanted to show wear his religion on the sleeve. I didn't say Christianity, I said his religion. So a lot of people got religion, but they don't know anything about Jesus. Paul said you got a zeal of God, but not according to knowledge. Rejecting God's righteousness and going and establishing your own righteousness, but not submitting to the righteousness of God. And it's so ironic. We see it happening. This Christian nationalism on the movement across the nation, that's the same spirit that crucified Jesus. Self-righteousness. But you're trying to do something that will help. And I met with some people yesterday, even on the elevator, they was talking about. I said, yes, Alabama always played number one when it comes to doing things wrong. People love us for football and basketball, but when it comes to social issues, when it comes to education, when it comes to doing what's right toward our fellow man, we're always on the bad end of that.
I don't really agree.
We're not leading in that process. So this bill is, you put a situation up for one, then it feel good here, then it's kind of like you give me some ice cream at 100-degree temperature, and I can't enjoy the eat because it's gonna melt down before I can enjoy it. So you're playing something here. You're playing games with my mind, but we got to do what's right for the citizens of this state, not what the party wants us to do. Not what these pressure groups that come in, feeding our pockets and don't get campaign donations. We got to have a heart, first of all, that pleases God, right toward him and right toward our fellow man. We got to be compassionate more than passionate. As I prepare to think about where we are in this state and in our nation, Luke 10 come to my mind. Around 36, 37 verse, I said the incident on the Jericho Road. And we got them religious folks. There was a man beaten and robbed for dead on the Jericho Road, and we got the religious right, the priests, the Levite, saw him there and turned and went another way. But these are the religious right. Folks that love God and can't love their fellow man. Here come a nobody, according to the scripture, a Samaritan. He was a dog to the Jews. Luke talked about him and at the rich man and Lazarus. The dogs come to lick the poor Lazarus who was lying at the table and wanted some crumbs that fell. But a Samaritan came by, had compassion. Saw the person lying there in a bad fix. So he didn't ask the question, what's going to happen to me? What's going to happen to the man if I don't stop to help? So we're here to help. What's going to happen to me? We need to remove that me. What's going to happen to them if we don't stop to help them? That's saying very little about me when I can't stop to help them. But you can't say you love the Lord and can't help them. And so I see why he ain't called me earlier, because I got a lot of more to talk about too. And I'm going to stand on what is right and what is true and what is just and what is fair.
Me too.
people of this state, citizens of Alabama, and the members of this body. You know, when you think about the population of the state of Alabama, and you think about the numbers that operates in this membership, we're representing the state of Alabama. Not just a few rich and famous corporate people that want things from their way, the oligarchs. And that was a person that they invested $200,000 in this. These are people that are able to do. I represent people who don't have that luxury. If there's a barren girl in the town, then if she don't adopt, she will never go through this process because she can't afford it. And so here we are, playing God with the citizens of this state. So I want to thank the Speaker for giving me an opportunity to come before this microphone this morning, and before the people of this state, those who are listening by internet and watching by Zoom. We are grateful. We are honored to be here to represent you. You know, it's an honor to represent, but we got some dishonored people representing. So this thing worked both ways. The Lord asked the question, now who was more neighborly? Going back to the Jericho Road, who was more neighborly? It definitely wasn't the priest, nor the Levite, but it was the man who had no name. Nobody cared about, but he had love in his heart. He got down and he ministered to the injured man, attended to his wounds, and took him down to the inn and told the innkeeper to address his issues. And if this not enough, I will repurpose you when I return. So this is something about what we do. Not just here on the floor of this building, but what we do when we leave here, how we serve our constituents. So I want to applaud you for starting the process.
Thank you.
And maybe we can get it long term. See, you can't make everybody happy. They say they ain't gonna ever be happy. But we got to make those that need more do more for those that need more. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Ringo, Representative McCampbell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. Will the gentlelady yield? Yes. Okay. You know, I'm here, and I understand how people can be very conflicted in this body in terms of the task that is before us. But you know, this is a task that we ask for. Now, the problem is we each then have to begin to ask ourselves, why did we ask for this task? You know, when we start looking at this type of legislation that is a very divisive legislation, the question is, are we doing it because we are trying to satisfy a certain segment of the population, or are we doing it because it's the right thing to do? I talked with a couple the other day. Well, I guess it was either yesterday or Tuesday. They've kind of run together right now. But I talked to a couple, And they told me that they were trying to actually have have a baby. And they were going through this process, had drawn about $40,000 out of their 401ks. Now that's their future that they've drawn out of. And if this legislation doesn't pass, then and as I was talking to them, I said, we'll do something about it. And they said they don't have that much time. They have about 3 weeks before their money would be forfeited and they'd have to start the whole process again. I'm saying that to say this. We are trying to put a Band-Aid on a situation right now. That Band-Aid is not a secure Band-Aid. We have these companies that they are going to turn to us and say that, okay, you said I was immune. And I talked to the legal minds in here, and they've said that we create immunity all times for different things. The problem is this. Those things that we have historically created that immunity for, we have known that they were situations that needed immunity. If you and I are into some sort of disagreement and I kill you or you kill me, but we both were trying to kill the other, then we have immunity in terms of self-defense. It can be, but it's something that must be litigated within our court system. It's not something that we are creating, and that's why I'm saying we are giving a false hope out here for these groups and these organizations that are going to depend on that immunity, because there will be some smart lawyer that's going to actually take them into court for this, and there will be a way to get it in there. And if there is a change, it's going back to our Supreme Court. And look at what our Supreme Court has already done. That's the problem that we are facing. We need to be giving our Supreme Court some strict guidelines by which, if we're going to do this, you know, we don't need to be trying to put a Band-Aid over a bazooka wound, is what I call it. You know, because that Band-Aid ain't gonna cover it. It's not going to stop the bleeding, and it's not going to secure what we think it's going to secure. You know, I have knowledge of some people that the only way they did conceive was through the old test tube baby method. You know, now it has changed and we've got real fancy names for it right now, but it's the same principle. Now, is there, you're saying we're going to, I guess, begin working immediately on trying to fix this problem in the future. How are we going to fix it? What in your idea, what would
say
fix
if we knew how we were going to fix it, that we would be working on that. But right now, I'm trying to give us some time and let those families still proceed within the process of what they're doing while we work on the issue. I don't have a plan today, and if I did, it would be have unintended consequences. It would have all these different things. We need to take our time and study the issue. I believe we can do that. I truly do.
You know, and you just said something that is real important. If with these babies, embryos that we have out here, what happens to them if indeed, you know, this process is stopped? Those that are already out here, who actually has to take care of them? Who takes care of that?
I would think the clinics are doing that at this moment in time.
Oh, so now we're going to burden the clinics with
I think they already have that responsibility, is my understanding.
but they already being paid for that too. They are being paid. So somebody, now, if parents are paying for them to maintain these embryos, and this process is not, and we continue in the status that we're in, I think the state of Alabama needs to, your bill needs to say, we're going to take up some of that, the costs, you know, if indeed we can't fix this problem.
Let's hope that we can.
Oh, we're going to hope we can. You know, and the thing about it, it's a right vote, but a lot of people are taking it for a political reason. That's the problem. I call that hypocrisy. We need to quit doing that. We need to quit taking these votes because we are looking at our next election. We need to be taking these votes because we think we are doing the right things for the people of the state of Alabama. You know, I feel for those, that young couple that has sacrificed their future and really don't know. And, you know, if, from my point of view, I want to help them. I want to help them. But then I also understand that doctor, and, you know, they've got problems if something goes awry. It's still they're going to still have those problems no matter how much we try to take this one-page bill and make it a Band-Aid that's going to fit a massive problem. So I'm going to sit here and, you know, I'm glad I got an opportunity to speak on this issue. I see my friend walking around, so he's getting a little nervous. He wants to hear all of the debate. So he's walking around right now trying to make a decision, Mr. Speaker. But that, you know, we understand that's a part of the process. But this is something that's important, and the people of Alabama need to hear this debate. Thank you.
Sure, thanks, gentlemen. Sure, recognize the lady from Jefferson, Representative Hollis. While she's making her way down here, would like to welcome the Alabama Federation of Republican Women, the ladies in red. And with that group is from DeKalb, my own DeKalb County group, with Tiffany Graben and Cindy Holcomb. Thank y'all for being here today.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With a gentle lady yield.
Yes.
You know, I wasn't coming down, but I was listening to a few of my colleagues. And I understand what you're trying to do, because one of the young ladies that was here on yesterday, she had an appointment to start her process, but the day before her process, everything shut down. But on the other hand, I agree with one of my colleagues as when she stated that this bill can really turn bad for us. And what I mean by that is we're giving immunity maybe for a wrongful death, along with other things. I've had staff before, and it's not fun waking up out of fever and all that stuff and not knowing what's wrong with you. And we do have to think about the health and safety of what we're doing here. And I wonder what other women was at the table to come up with this bill because we continue to let people regulate what's ours. You know, a few sessions ago, I did a bill. And for men, whichever they reach first, if they became 50 years old or they had 3 kids, they had to get a vasectomy. All hell broke loose because this young lady was trying to tell them what to do with their bodies. But it's okay for you to tell me what to do with my body, you know. And the Band-Aid is not only not secure, but it's small. It's too little for the wound. And this thing is bigger than what we can imagine. And we got to think about what we're doing and what's going to happen once this bill is passed. We're passing it because we know that these women want to start their process. And it's not an easy process for women. I have a cousin that's 28 years old, and she's actually practicing her doctorate in French. But that's how we got her, through IVF. So I worry about what we're doing here. Why are you carrying this bill? Who in the very beginning?
Dr. Melson came last Tuesday and said he had some legislation, and I started working with him, working with different groups. We finally decided that there needed to be a longer term look at this bill, but that we needed to address the immediate problem, which was trying to get the process back open and back moving for the women that were here. And I will say this, while I'm getting to say something, is that I appreciate your comment and all of the comments of the people that listened to the women that were here yesterday, and they were sharing their stories and they were sharing their heart. And almost all of you have commented on some of that, and that's what advocacy is. So I appreciate that.
I know exactly what it is, but I'm wondering now if I could freeze myself for about 10 years, you know, and come back and still breathing. That's what I'm wondering, you know, because I'm gonna freeze myself and my 2 dogs, you know, for about 10 years, and we gonna come back and we gonna see what's gonna happen. Am I still gonna be breathing, you know? I don't think nothing breathing outside, you know, the womb, you know, and I don't think it has a heartbeat either, but I get what some things the people are saying, but we need to think about, you know, what we're doing. We need to think about the health and safety of our women.
And there were parts changed
what is
yesterday.
After this bill, Representative, what is the next process?
To continue to work on the issue.
I mean, I understand that. Working on it, how? What's your next step?
To get a group together that would continue to look for what are viable paths forward.
So how many women will you have at the table?
There were several there through the last week, and I'm sure there will continue to be several.
Because after a while, I feel like we're going to be walking boxes around here after a while. We let them take everything. You know, we have to start standing up as women. You know, I mean, you probably have all your children you're going to have. I done had all I'm going to have. But we still have future. We still have a future that we need to think about. And we need the health and safety issue is an issue for me, you know, and I thought about that, and I sitting up and I was like, I've had staff, and that's not fun. And where did it come from? And I'm looking it up, researching at the time when I had it, you know, where did it come from? How did I get it? It's supposed to be one of the cleanest places, you know, a hospital, you know, but I got it. You know, so, but what I don't want to see happen is that the women are not safe, or there is a wrongful death, or I'm not going to say that a doctor would intentionally, you know, hurt someone, but we giving them that pass if something dangerous happened. So, Well, I'm gonna stand on up here for my little 3 minutes. You know, everybody ready to go home. I ain't got nothing to do today. You know, I really don't have anything to do but go home and lay down and get some rest. Oh, I got an appointment today, but I can always, you know, cancel that. But how many women was at the table?
Different amounts.
How many?
Different amounts.
So you don't know how many women was at the table?
Well, I sat at the table with 2 and 3, and
how many men was at the table?
Usually just 3 or 4.
Okay. So you saying it was a total of 6 people, 3 women, 3 men?
I'm saying it changed very much because different people are interested in this issue.
Okay. Was it more women than men?
There was not more women than men.
Okay. And the women was okay with, I know you changed this, you know, the bill changed, and so we can get everything open, but at the same time, you know, I'm curious to see what's coming up next and what's the next step and how we're going to approach it and how we're going to actually help women, you know, and let women have their choices, you know, their own choices. And we had a lot of people to get up here and talk about God and bring the Bible verses and all of that. And there's not one person in this room that could take someone to heaven or hell. No one in here could take anybody to heaven or hell. You have your own relationship with your God, and you can ask for forgiveness, or you could do what He wants you to do. But we can't be God and tell people what to do. And we need to stop doing that. We need to stop telling people where they're going, because we have no control over God, none whatsoever. And you know, I always say, you don't have to announce your religion. All you can do is walk in it. You know, what your walk and your talk show where you coming from. Your walk and your talk show your beliefs. You know, because I see a lot of hypocrites. You know, they saying Jesus, 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 but they ain't showing that Jesus love. You know, they not showing the love. So I sit there and I look at you differently, because you want to pastor to everyone and you want to talk about life and you want to talk about love, but we got all these children in the system. How many of you have adopted these children? If you care so much about life, life goes on till you, what, 19 years old? Is it 18 or 19? 18 or 19. You got
life goes on.
No, I'm saying until you are independent on your own. So I'm saying that there are children out there in the system. If you care so much about life, why are these kids still in the system? You got big houses out there that can house some of these children and food that can feed these kids. So if we gonna be about life, let's be about life. And then let's show love. If you're gonna talk about it, walk in it. Thank you, Terry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
That's 4. I went down.
That's next.
Okay.
Next speaker.
Representative Hassel, you're to be recognized.
Thank you for the recognition. Well, some of my questions got answered. I was kind of reluctant to get up here from when I heard Representative Drummond, being a man myself. But I have 3 daughters. And the main concern I had with the legislation was actually the service part, right? It is the immunity. When Representative Gavan said something about the immunity, because I'm very afraid that we got to continue. As a father, I got to protect my girls. And I think we need to protect the women in this legislation. Because of the services, and you're going to give them immunity, that's a major concern of mine. Because of the fact that if a doctor make a mistake, and listening to Representative Gavan, I think she made a great point. Will that woman be able to come back and prosecute that doctor if they make a mistake during this process?
We believe that we've tried to cover both the doctors, the process itself, and the women.
Okay. But now, the legislation I read, I didn't see, I guess because we need to describe the services, the good and services part. because what is immune and what is not. And that's what I didn't see in the legislation that I read.
And we didn't define it in the legislation.
And I think that's what everybody's talking about. Like, we need to do something about it. In that span of time until we come up with a final solution, what exactly going to happen? We're not protecting the woman in that case. You know, so, and that's the only concern I had. A lot of questions got answered for me, you know, but I just want to protect the woman more. We're here to, I do understand what you're trying to do, but I just want to protect the woman more in this particular legislation. And so I think we need to kind of reconsider this and let the members know that we need to reconsider it so we can protect the woman. If we're here to protect the woman, let's protect the woman. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Hollis, you're recognized. Okay. Representative Yarborough. The gentleman from Morgan.
Thank you for the recognition. Hello, Representative Collins.
Hello.
Good to see you.
Thank you.
I very much cherish and respect your friendship.
Thank you.
But I have to speak here today because my conscience is absolutely on fire about this issue. If you've seen the famous TV series entitled Reacher, you will be familiar with one of his most famous lines. In an investigation, details matter. I, like many of you, probably am not an expert on IVF. I'm obviously pro-life and pro-family, and I unequivocally stand with the principle that life begins at fertilization. After reading the court's decision and doing some initial research, I became concerned. I was glad to see many IVF proponents here yesterday so that I could ask questions. What I had learned and read up to yesterday had me very concerned that the Alabama Supreme Court, in a state whose official position is pro-life and therefore defends that life begins at fertilization, could have possibly, don't know, but possibly uncovered a silent Holocaust going on in our state. As I listened to many conversations going on yesterday, there were many good things said, like, I believe in family. I want people to have the chance at being parents. Those are obviously great and noble sentiments that I fully support. But what I also noticed was that there seemed to be, at least from what I overheard, a lack of asking detailed pro-life questions, serious questions, where we are, after all, dealing with the life and death of children. So I asked our visitors yesterday, what about embryos, children that are left over? And is it not possible to do IVF in a pro-life way that treats embryos as children, because they are, and still gives parents the options to have a family? And I was told things like, we need to be able to discard embryos the parents don't want. I was told things by doctors in lab coats that we need to be able to test and to discard embryos that we think may have genetic issues. I was in shock. You mean like Down syndrome babies? You mean like special needs babies? This IVF proponent was then asked, are you by chance pro-life or pro-choice? Oh, I'm pro-choice, was the immediate response. So then someone was found who was a proponent of IVF that said they were pro-life. They were asked if they were sure that all the people wearing orange were after the same goal in the same way. They were asked, for example, if you fertilize 10 eggs and keep 2, what do you do with the other 8 embryos? The other 8 children? Do you just discard them? The response was one of thoughtful shock. And then this sweet lady said, you know, I never thought about that. I guess everyone here isn't after the same thing after all. We in this chamber may not be IVF experts, but if we had to be experts on everything, we wouldn't pass any laws. Our job is to ensure that what happens in this state is for the good of Alabama, not only in what is done, but how it is done. Good things must be done in a moral, righteous, and legal manner that preserves, promotes, and protects life. The book of James says, if any man lacks wisdom, let him ask of God. We have probably all been bombarded in the last few days with not only IVF proponents, but much data that should cause us concern. This is why, seeking the face of God, the First Continental Congress took time to fast and pray and stop congressional proceedings in order to seek the face of God. I am learning of other ways this could be handled that would not involve the destruction of embryos, of children. In other words, does not wisdom cry unto us that if we have found a potential silent holocaust of our children, that we should pause, just stop? I quoted Jack Reacher, I'll quote Vanilla Ice. Stop, collaborate, and listen. And if a self-imposed pause that IVF facilities in this state have put on themselves must continue until we determine what is moral and righteous and life-preserving, is this not worth a pause? Can there be any issue more pressing than making sure that we are not endorsing the destruction of the lives of children? If we have, by God's providence, had this issue, we've had it put in our laps, not by any pursuit of our own. It is incumbent upon us to sit in the pause. And like the first Congress under George Washington, take some time maybe to fast and pray and seek the face of God while we pause what could potentially be the destruction of children that we maybe weren't even aware was going on. There are paths forward. There are options that we can pursue. But by rushing this through and not taking time to maybe pause IVF, sit in the pause, and really do our job to make sure that we are not signing the death warrant of Alabama children, it is our responsibility to make sure that we know exactly what is going on and what in the world we're even doing. In the name of all that is holy and good, God in heaven above, help us. Sometimes stopping what is going on and doing nothing until we know what it is we are actually endorsing is the only right choice. We otherwise run the risk of opening a Pandora's box and undoing all the good that many of you in this room have fought to obtain. We're giving blanket immunity, but do we really know what we're giving that immunity to? The psalmist said, Selah, pause, stop. If we don't know what we're endorsing, we have to be careful. We have to be careful. So if we're going to give immunity, we have to make sure that whatever we're giving immunity to or for is not the death of children. So I have an amendment to offer, and the amendment on this bill.
Clerk, see the amendment.
Offer here.
Amendment to House Bill number 237 by Representative Yarborough.
Representative Yarborough, will you care to explain your amendment?
Yes, thank you, sir. It simply adds, doesn't strike what's there, but it adds that subsection A shall not provide immunity to a person who intentionally causes the death of an unborn child. And that's my amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, we've worked so hard with every and or in this bill that it is my goal to keep the bill like it is today because it's agreed upon to open. So at this time, I move to lay this amendment on the table.
Okay, you've heard the sponsor's wishes is to lay the amendment on the table. If you'd like to lay it on the table, the vote is aye. If not, the vote is no. Clerk will unlock the machine, the members will vote.
No!
Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote, 65 ayes, 26 nays, and the amendment has been laid upon the table. Chairwoman Collins.
I move for final passage.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Dale, Representative Chestnut.
Does the gentlelady yield?
Yes.
Okay. I've read this bill a couple of times, and I just have some issues with the way it's constructed. First issue I have is we're saying that we're going to, and I quote, we're going to give immunity for damage to or death of an embryo to any individual or entity when providing or receiving goods or services related to in vitro fertilization. So, as Representative Yarborough just said, even for evil intentionally doing something that damages or kills an embryo, if it's done in a lab by a manufacturer, by someone who is taking the embryos in transit, they're going to be given immunity. And so that amendment that he just brought, I voted in favor of the amendment and against tabling it because it was a good amendment. The other issue that I have here is that the retroactivity of this particular bill. So if someone had a substantially similar, and I actually found out that there is a situation where someone else had their embryos destroyed in a particular lab in Alabama, but the lawsuit has not yet been filed. We passed this, it's going to bar people who actually have a claim right now, because wrongful death is 2 years. You have 2 years to bring a wrongful death claim. So if a person is talking with their lawyer right now and they're talking with their family, they're trying to decide whether or not they want to bring a claim, once we pass this, we're going to bar them from the courthouse, which is going to be a denial of justice. The other thing I would like to say, and I would like to see take place, is some standard of care. Because right now we're talking about intentional acts, negligent acts, wrongful acts, wanton acts, reckless acts. They're all protected. Immunity across the board. Would you have a problem with accepting an amendment that imposes some level of a standard of care? Some level where you can't intentionally destroy an embryo. You can't recklessly destroy an embryo. You can't carelessly destroy an embryo. Would you have a problem with an amendment along those lines?
I would have a problem changing this right now because this has been agreed upon to open the clinics. And that's why some of those issues, which are very, very important issues, need to be addressed.
So let me bring something else to your attention. This, as written, is going to have what I consider to clearly be an equal protection challenge, because you're literally treating the in vitro versus an in utero, because we're saying they're persons, both in vitro and in utero, but you're going to get blanket immunity for damaging or destroying in vitro, but you're not going to get immunity for damaging and destroying in utero. You do understand that that is an equal protection issue under the United States Constitution, do you not? That's a question. You read the Constitution, don't you? Have you read the equal protection clause?
I have read it.
Doesn't that?
Not an
and you don't have to be a legal scholar.
I can't answer that question.
You're treating one different from the other.
We're providing immunity right now for the provider and the receiver in order to try to get the process for these families back up. And I've said all along that I believe that we have to continue to work on this issue.
But you're saying it's not just for those two, it's for anyone who provides or receives goods or services related to in vitro fertilization.
Yes.
And that doesn't bother you?
I believe that we will continue to work on this issue long term.
Okay. Would it be in order if I tried to bring the same amendment that Representative Yarborough brought?
We've already laid that on the table.
Okay. I'm asking the speaker, is that, it wouldn't be, okay. All right. Okay, I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Lauderdale, Representative Harrison.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Collins. I just want to make a few points here, and I'll be very brief. I am pro-IVF. I am pro-life. I believe that life begins at conception. I have in my hand, let me bring up my, passwords. Have in my hand the laws governing embryonic transfer and IVF in Louisiana. You made mention to it before. We are in the same position in regards to life and the restrictions and what can be done with life as Louisiana, okay? This crisis was brought on not by us, but it was brought on by the decision of UAB, the Hospital Association, the IVF clinics. They chose to shut down. We're in the same position at Louisiana. Louisiana has operated for these laws, you've made the point, for 38 years. Louisiana is a heavily Catholic state. They respect the value of life, and they've got laws governing that does IVF in a ethical and moral way. And we could do that. These clinics could open up, just like Louisiana is operating now and have for 38 years. So this is a decision that they made. And so, you know, we are being forced or pushed into making a rash decision, in my opinion, that we don't need to make. Because what we're doing, here's what we're doing. You're asking this body to grant immunity to murder. That, by the legal definitions, that's what you're asking this body to do. And does the state of Alabama, does this body want to do that? I can't go there. I can't. I just can't. I won't. So I think I've got an amendment here.
Clerk, see the amendment.
Amendment to House Bill number 237 by Representative Harrison.
Representative Harris, explain your amendment.
What this does is create a ad hoc in vitro fertilization policy study committee consisting of 12 members, the governor and 3 of her appointees, the president pro tem of the Senate and his appointees, the Speaker of the House and his appointees. And the committee shall study the practice of in vitro fertilization occurring within the state, its impacts, and whether current fertility clinic protocols related to in vitro fertilization are consistent with the public policy of this state, including Section 36.06 of the Constitution of Alabama of 2022. In addition to its other work, the committee shall conduct at least 3 public hearings. The committee shall present its recommendations to the governor no later than June 5th, 2024. And that gives 3 months. We can do this. We do not need to grant immunity to murder. We need to begin working on this right now.
Chairman Collins, you've heard the amendment.
Yes, I have. For the same reasons as before, I'm going to ask us to leave the bill as it is. I do want to say that we have talked about a resolution to ask some people to study it. I would like to see if we could bring experts in and we could work together to find a solution this session. But I think that this is an option to move forward in the future. but I move to lay it on the table right now.
You've heard the recommendation of the sponsors to lay the amendment on the table. Clerk will unlock the machines and members will vote. If you wish to lay it on the table, your vote will be aye. If not, your vote will be no. Clerk will lock the machines, 71 ayes, 21 noes, 7 abstentions. The amendment has been laid upon the table.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes the lady from Montgomery, Representative Morris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the generator, he asked me did I have a letter in writing before I came. No, I don't have that kind of power.
You do.
Okay, so I just have a few things, nothing major. A couple of years ago, I know we came in and, we was talking about life, right? Because this is what we're talking about now, life. So we had made some decisions about life. Can you give me the definition of life? What is life?
Well, the definition of life is not a part of this legislation. This legislation is about providing immunity for those that are providing and those that are receiving IVF services.
So, but what is IVF? Is that not considered, are we not talking about life?
It's a process that families are using so that they can have children.
That's got
what?
Life. It's
Yes.
life. Yeah, so now we still on the same thing, life.
Okay.
Okay, so now I want you to tell me when does life start?
This bill is not about that, and I think that we are going to have a greater conversation about that.
And I heard you say that a lot of times, that we're going to have this conversation and go a little bit deeper and sit down, but the only way that you can really fix this is you're going to have to redefine life. You can't fix it unless you redefine life. That's it. That's the only way. You could sit down and we could talk about it all day and say that this is not what this is, but we're talking about kids, we're talking about life. Whether they're in the uterus or out, we're still talking about life. So in order for you to fix it, in order for us to fix what the opinion is, in order for you to fix anything that you're trying to fix, you have to redefine life. So that means that if young lady get pregnant, ectopic birth, tubal birth, stillborn birth, one child, and they have to have what we hate to say the word in here, abortion.
Well, all of those are actually covered in our law.
That's covered in the law, right? So in this bill, in this IVF life, so if you have 8 embryos and you use 2, what happened to the other 6?
That decision isn't decided in here, but it does give immunity right now to the receiver.
It gives immunity to the receiver and to the doctor.
Yes.
So we just gonna be out here just letting them do whatever, and we're gonna write it in law again like we did life. Because if we would have actually just sat down at the table and just listened to each other instead of just, running with the life, what it means, in our own opinion, life is at conception, fertilized. I know what you're trying to do. I like the bill. I'm going to vote for it, of course, because we are dealing with what?
Solve an immediate problem.
No, we're dealing with life. That's what we're dealing with. So until we all sit down and have that uncomfortable conversation, until you all get it inside your head that this is what we're gonna have to redefine to fix it in long solutions, no matter what you say and what we do inside this state house, until you redefine life, we're gonna be right back at it. Thank you.
Sure recognize the gentleman from Morgan, Leader Steinhagen.
Thank you for recognition, Mr. Speaker. I have a motion in writing. I move the previous question.
Clerk, see the motion.
Motion in writing, Mr. Speaker. I move the previous question.
That is a motion to move the previous question. Clerk, unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. 74 ayes, 28 nays. The motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Move for final passage.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Madison, Representative Daniels.
With the gentlelady yield?
Yes.
So first of all, I'm thankful that we are trying to address the issue, although this is, to me, is a Band-Aid on a longer-term problem. And I do know that we've had many discussions about how do we solve the problem long-term. I know we've talked about putting groups together, probably a study commission to kind of address it with professional scientists and doctors, folks that actually know best. And also making certain that we're doing what needs to be done to finally address the issue, because I don't think any of us saw the Supreme Court decision coming. Otherwise, I'm certain that we would have tried to address this. But I think that oftentimes we talk about unintended consequences on a number of pieces of legislation that have been introduced in this chamber. And this is one of them, for whether it's the 2019 law, as well as the other law that kind of deals with personhood. And so we're seeing these unintended consequences play out now. Now, one of the things that I am concerned about in this piece of legislation, and I know that no piece of legislation is perfect, but I am concerned about, I'm glad the sunset was removed in committee, so I do applaud the group for that. Because we're into really trying to solve the problem as quickly as possible, because there are people out there, there are families out there that are hopeful and that's depending on us, that have appointments. Some had appointments this week, some have appointments next week. So we do have to address this issue fairly quickly. I will say that in order, when we're addressing this issue, and I know that you realize I dropped the bill last week because I waited 6 days and no one really said anything about addressing this issue. So I dropped the bill to address the issue. And one of the things in the legislation that I did introduce, it did address a fertilized embryo as not being a child. This piece of legislation does not define a fertilized embryo of not being a child. And so that is it's concerning to me that we've not necessarily, and I'm not certain how the Supreme Court will look at this legislation that we have in front of us. Though it's not perfect, we certainly got to have realistic conversation, not continue to sidestep and work around the issue at hand. Because these families, that could be, these families that this is their last best chance to be able to bring life into this world. And so those of us that are here, that are lawmakers, we have to make certain that they're in the position to be able to bring a family into this world or bring a child into this world. And so although this legislation, I'm certainly not going to vote against the legislation, because it does resume the services for the families out there that are trying to bring life into this world, and that's on the clock is ticking for them. And so I do understand that part of it. It's a very it's a very touchy subject, and I understand. But I think what has to happen is I think that those individuals that are out there that have gone through the IVF, or those that long term, so that we can continue these facilities continue to operate in providing services, and hope for families that have really some have tried 7 or 8 times, but they finally got it, on that 8th try or whatever. And there are some that have gotten it earlier. And so I think that as we address these very important and critical issues that impact life and impact families, we got to have more conversations. We cannot be reactive like we are today. And it's unfortunate that we are having to correct something that we didn't see. And so maybe there needs to be another layer of eyes, or we may need to beef up the staff that we have that's vetting legislation, because we're running so many pieces of legislation all the time, and we're really burning, our staff is burning on both ends. And so it's not fair to them, and we need to give them the opportunity to carefully examine a lot of these pieces of legislation that have these unintended consequences. And so I would have much rather seen us define a fertilized embryo, and I know that there's immunity granted, all that. I'm glad there have been some changes to consider the patient themselves, but I think that, do we believe that this is the fix for all of the facilities in the state of Alabama to resume those services?
We believe that.
And so because I know as late as yesterday, there are some that still were concerned about this. And so we feel that this is the fix.
It's my understanding that it was.
And have we spoken with the Supreme Court or anyone from the judicial branch to make certain that what we have before us is actually going to help secure these families and giving them hope long term, and it's not going to be something that we have to deal with again?
We have been told that this would open the clinics back, which is our goal with this piece of legislation.
So we've been told, but have we been instructed by those individuals that are in the judicial system, that is at that level of government, that's giving us their best advice possible?
I've worked with the staff that you mentioned earlier every single day. I think many people in this room have had conversations, and I appreciate their hard work late into the night, early in the morning, and through the weekend. This is the piece of legislation that we've come up with that has gotten an agreement from all the sides that it will open it up, and it's not, while it is a broad immunity, that there are still limits within that are outside of the IVF. So this is the one that we believe opens it up, and this is the one I'm carrying.
And so have we considered, what about inheritance? And so if someone, family died and their embryos in the lab.
This just deals with the process.
But I'm asking you the question, like, what are we doing about that?
This
if we're going to
doesn't address that.
It doesn't address that. But do you think that that's something that we should be considering? Because that's another unintended consequence that we haven't thought about as well.
I think
on
of
how
all
to
the
deal with
people
or
that
address
came
it.
up to chat with me today, that every single one probably has a little different view and a little definition of all these words, which is why we have to have that longer conversation.
Well, we got to have more than conversation. We've had conversation for a long time. We need action. And absolutely, Arthur and his group does a phenomenal job.
Yes, they do.
But they're limited. Their team is limited. Maybe we should increase, because all the things that are these unintended consequences, we probably need to increase their budget a little bit, don't we, Mr. Speaker? I'll give from my budget, Mr. Speaker. Oh, no, I'm not going to do that. But I think that we have to commit to having a longer term strategy for these unintended consequences. This legislation is something that, I've received so many calls from families that have said to me, we can't wait any longer. We cannot this is our last best chance to be able to bring life into this world. And I don't know that, you know, we found a viable embryo, and our appointment is on March 11th. It's been postponed. And so, you know, what are we going to do? And so I'm glad the sunset was removed, because that would have created another layer of issues long term, especially from a business standpoint. You can't operate knowing that your expiration date, you don't know, there's a lot of uncertainty. So I'm glad that we're able to address that. But I do think that it's important that we commit as a legislature to make certain that we're not putting another task force together or study group together just to study and put a report on the shelf. That we're committed to actually addressing the issue and figuring out a way. And do you think some may think, and I certainly believe it as well, that there will likely have to be a constitutional amendment for real substantive changes to the 2019, the personhood bill, as well as the 2019 law. Do you not agree? Do you agree?
I'm not sure I agree. I think we need to look into it and see. I'm not sure right now. I can't say, which is why I think this bill is important.
Well, there are some legal scholars that believe that.
I bet if you found legal scholars that believe that you could find some that don't as well.
I don't think they're in the majority, though. I think there's some great legal minds in this chamber that have a different opinion, and also is cited in the Supreme Court case so that's pretty glaring to me. And so in the decision, it was mentioned a number of times.
The gentleman's time has expired. Question for the body now is final passage of HB 237. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. All the members voted. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes, 94 ayes, 6 nays. HB 237 has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, body.
Thank the lady. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 51 of the calendar, House Bill on page 11 of the calendar, House Bill number 51 by Representative Wilcox relating to taxation.
Chairwoman Wilcox, you recognized.
Excuse me, I didn't hear you.
Before you start, let me recognize some people in the chamber. Nathan Bouchard, nephew of Representative Corey Ellis, here with us today from the Alabama chapter of American Physical Therapy Associates. Thank you for being with us today. Chairwoman Wilcox, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my honor to bring to y'all House Bill 51. My constituent Dink Stevens called me this summer when he bought a hearing aid, and he found out that, yes, I'm sorry, you didn't hear me right, did you, Ingram? When he went to go check out, although his hearing aid was covered by his health insurance coverage, he owed $1,000 in sales tax. Can you imagine how much that puts that out of reach? And just like y'all, I'm sure that y'all are just as shocked as I am that Alabama, our cities and our counties tax our seniors and our disabled. So HB 51 is here to rectify that situation, because not only does Georgia, Florida, Mississippi, Tennessee, there's not a lot of other states that tax hearing aids, just Alabama and a few others. So our citizens, our elderly, our disabled, our seniors are put at an unfair disadvantage, and I'm hoping that y'all will help me remedy that situation. And I know y'all are getting texts right now, because no, I don't think that we should allow cities and counties to opt in on this. I can't go on a statewide tour. I can't go tell every city and county in the state citizens. I know, but there is an amendment on there that I won't want on there, Representative Gavan. You're not helping. Listen out now. I listen to you. If y'all don't believe that we have the power to make sure that cities and counties shouldn't be doing this, then somebody needs to come up here and adopt home rule. But I believe that this is very important to our seniors and our disabled members of our state. This is sometime when we can correct something that I know none of y'all knew about. I didn't know about it till this summer. So I'm asking for you to not adopt the substitute and to adopt my original bill.
We are on the BIR. I don't know what to do.
I'm ready for my timeout chair, Mr. Speaker. I'll go get in it whenever you tell me to.
Yeah, let's get the bill started before you start tabling stuff.
Everybody's getting texts right now to be against me, and I'm up here emotional about it, so. All right, can I have anybody adopt my BIR, please?
The chair recognizes the lady from Mobile, Representative Drummond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With a gentlelady yield.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
I came down here to say I'm with Margie.
All right.
But I really, you know, as I said in committee, I am happy to see this bill being done. And though he is not here to see it, he's now the late former Sheriff Tom Purvis, which is in our county.
Much beloved.
Years ago, he came and he, you know, he felt that his hearing was impaired, and he and his wife, both of them had to go and start dealing with hearing aids, and they were spending thousands and thousands of dollars. So Margie, I really am with you on this bill, because seniors have enough to contend with. We should not make the burden any more stringent. And when I look around the room, as one of our colleagues said yesterday, this should have been done yesterday, because we all are going to need hearing aids.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. I love you and appreciate you. And I loved.
Question for the body now is adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote.
Somebody vote me yes, please.
Clerk will lock the machine. Court to vote 100 ayes, 0 nays. The BIR has been adopted. Chairman Wilcox.
Can I continue on to my sermon, or do you want me to just?
I'd rather just explain the bill.
My bill, as originally written, seeks to remove the sales tax from hearing aids. That's it, short and to the point.
Okay, I'm showing a sub in the committee, so you care to tell us about that?
I don't want that sub. I do not want that sub. That sub says that cities and counties opt in to giving this tax. I can't go on a statewide tour and tell every citizen that has to have a hearing aid that they need to go to their city council before they buy a hearing aid, or their county commission. I want us to do it here, right now. I mean, if y'all don't think that we have the power to do that, then somebody get up and adopt home rule.
Okay, so tell me what your motion is.
I want to table that sub and pass my original bill, please.
Okay, so we've got a motion to table this committee sub.
Come on, people. Let's go fighting. I'm going to go down fighting.
Reverend Almond, you're recognized.
All right, now it's a personality contest. I'm about to lose.
Oh my, oh my. Mr. Speaker, and Ms. Wilcox, thank you, first of all, for bringing the bill. We heard this in committee yesterday. I voted in favor of the substitute. We have been working on this issue in our Education Trust Fund Committee mostly with regards to nonprofit exemptions of nonprofits from tax. And we're trying to come up with
Before you continue on, this motion, which is my fault, I've messed up, but the motion from the committee sub is non-debatable.
What?
So the motion is to table the sub, which is a non-debatable motion.
Oh, all right.
But.
A win. Write that down, my friends watching.
Okay, unless she would wish to withdraw it, or if you would like to just listen to what she's got to say.
No, I do not care to hear anything. Sit down, Representative.
question for the body is tabling of the committee sub.
Come on, people, vote for the people.
If you want to vote to table this committee sub, your vote will be aye. If not, your vote will be no. Clerk will unlock machine and members will vote.
Vote for the seniors and the disabled in your community, please. Somebody vote me, please.
Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. Everybody voted. 67 ayes, 17 noes, 14 abstentions. It has
y'all.
been removed.
So now,
Now you're on the bill.
please vote for passage of HB 51.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Jefferson, Representative Garrett.
Will the gentle lady yield?
Why, yes, sir, I have no choice.
No, you've made a choice, I think. So basically, just for the members to understand it, as a matter of policy, we've been looking very closely at whether or not the Education Ways and Means Committee should be meddling into the affairs of the state and local taxes for your local governments. Now, you mentioned home rule. That's another issue that, I mean, that's
But that
a
would
big
be
issue.
applicable to this, your argument.
Did you yield?
In Margie fashion, I yield.
Yeah, so that's a home rule is a different discussion, which I'm sure you can offer in a bill about home rule. But in general, what we've been trying to do is make sure that what we do, for example, with the grocery tax, we cut the grocery tax on the state grocery tax. We didn't tell the locals they had to do that. We don't know what local revenue sources, what these revenue sources they depend upon are. We don't know their dynamics. Well, I do know that we limit the ability of locals to do certain things. So as a matter of policy, it's been important to us that we stick to the state. That's our committees have been in agreement in that. And with respect to nonprofits, right now, if you want an exemption for a nonprofit organization, the way you get that is you have to know somebody in the legislature. You have to come to get the bill picked on the committee, come to the committee, and we on a one-off basis will make a designation. That's not really a great way to do that. We're now looking at a policy to perhaps on these non-exempt organizations, tax-exempt organizations, to come up with a weight category so that somebody didn't have to go through that legislative process to get tax relief at the state level. But I think we got to be very careful if we want to start meddling into the local affairs. And, you may pass the bill down here, that's fine. I don't think this is going to, I think it has a better shot in the Senate going along the way we're doing now, because what you're doing is really, even though it's not a lot of money, but fundamentally, it's crossing over something we've been trying to address in our Ways and Means Committee. So I guess I'm sure the Ways and Means Committee did not support your motion to table sub, because we added that amendment. Representative Baker had that amendment yesterday in response to the policy decision we're taking. Now, if the legislature thinks it's a bad policy that we should start making decisions on local governments, we need to hear about that. But that's the reason, the rationale. So
May I answer?
Sure.
I think that I understand what you're talking about, and I 99.2% agree with you. But when it comes to the elderly and disabled, when I ran for election, those are the people that I served in my professional life, and those are the people that I told them I would serve when I got up here in Montgomery. So I am here being true to who I am and defending the disabled and the seniors.
And I don't think if the implication is that I
think you agree with me, but I don't think that we want to raise that tax.
There are probably other people that you're leaving out too. You're not bringing legislation for everybody you're concerned about. We do policy issues. So I just think we got to be careful. That's my advice, is that we're looking at state taxes. We try to sell the local and county taxes if we can, because usually when we do that, your county and locals are going to, I hear about it. Why did you guys tell?
Blame me. I'll take all the blame, broad shoulders.
This is a policy issue. That's my opinion. There are 104 others in the chamber. That's fine. But just want to say that is something that we are working through diligently about what role should we play. And we've chosen as a committee to focus on state taxes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sure, thanks, gentlemen. Sure recognize the gentleman from Marengo, Representative McCampbell.
Are you for or against, AJ?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. Will the gentlelady yield?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I have somewhat the same concern. And I probably need a hearing aid right now. I probably do. So I definitely wouldn't want to have to pay all of those taxes. But I do think we are headed down a slippery slope with other groups and organizations and things when we start trying to take taxes from the local people. I don't, you know, and I voted for that. I really wasn't thinking about what I was doing, you know, but I kind of agree with the sub that was there. And Mr. Speaker, I'd just like, since I voted with it, I'd like to have the sub reconsidered. You know, I love you too. I see it on your face.
I'm crushed.
I see it how much you love me.
I do love you, but I'm crushed.
And I do love you too, but I don't.
This is
I'm
disabled.
not a
This is a disability. This is not airplane parts. This is disabled.
You know, and my wife is disabled, so I agree with you. My wife has a disability that is a serious disability, you know, but I don't want to be hypocritical when I talk about, you know, I believe we need the state to make state decisions, and I believe we need to let the county governments be able to make those decisions also.
But wouldn't it be more fair in that vein to have them opt out or opt into taxing them? And the way this sub is written is that they can opt in to take the tax off. Wouldn't it be more courageous to have them vote and say, yes, we want to continue taxing, but instead they'll just be taking an easy vote to take it off? So I object to the way these are written when we should ask these cities and counties to take a vote on whether they want to continue taxing hearing aids.
I don't think that we have historically done it in that fashion, and that would be very confusing to have some areas where we are asking people to opt in to tax, and then other areas where we are asking them to opt out of taxing. So we historically asked them to opt out of taxing.
No, but on this, you're asking them to opt in to not tax them, and I think it's very confusing, and I don't think that these cities and counties will do that. So I say that if they want to tax it, they need to take that vote.
Is that what
it says they have to opt in to the tax for them being tax-free. So it even confuses me to read it.
And I think that's probably a better position, because it does, and you know, it does allow them to make that decision, you know.
It says, the exemption provided in this subdivision shall not apply to a county or municipal sales tax unless approved by resolution or ordinance adopted by the local governing body. So with this, they're having to say that they will give the tax increase where they really should be taking a hard vote and saying, no, we want to continue taxing.
You know, I'm inclined to agree with you, but
I mean, I understand what y'all are doing, and I get it, but this is written to where it'd be very confusing unless I went on a statewide tour and visited every city and every county. They're not going to know they even have an option, and some person, some senior or disabled person is going to go buy a hearing aid and not know that they could have went to their city council or to their county.
Yeah, I know.
What did he say?
Mr. Speaker, may I allow Representative Baker to make that statement to her?
Yeah.
Using my 5 minutes.
Sure, I'll allow that.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Representative Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Wilcox, first of all, I fully support the bill, have from the very get-go, and I've told you that. I do.
I was brokenhearted when you brought that amendment.
Well, I think this goes back to Chairman Garrett, and I think our committee is we would like for there to be consistency going forward in regards to our, that is, our authority to be able to exempt taxes. The locals, we feel like, should have that authority, and we should not usurp that authority from them. And so if we begin to move down this policy of an opt-out, like what you're suggesting instead of the opt-in, that puts us on a pathway then of, if we're trying to maintain consistency of this across the board, then stripping the local governments of that authority. Does that make sense? So if it's an opt-out on it, then we're stripping them of that authority because it's where the taxes are already removed in state, local, county, municipal. And so the opt-in, then that allows them the opportunity. And as I told you in action before the committee yesterday, I stated very clearly, I'll be glad to sing from the mountaintop. Then I would hope that the locals would opt in, that is to be able to have the tax exemptions like on the hearing aids, just like not for other things, but we have our committee, we have a lot of entities, whether it be the nonprofit entities or whether it be for a product, in this case like the hearing aids, or it could be some type of medical device, prosthetics. So we have these come before our committee. We're trying to maintain consistency going forward and not strip the local authorities' right, that is, to be able to make that decision at the local level, instead of us mandating that for them.
So you're asking for the speaker to fund our mileage for you and I to drive all over the state and make sure that they do this?
No, I'll be more than happy then to speak both to the League of Municipalities as well as the County Commission Association. That is asking them if they would, that anytime that there's an exemption then being made, then for them to notify. So for the County Commission to notify each of the 67 counties and their commissioners, as well as for the League of Municipalities to notify. They have direct communication to the local officials to notify them. I'll be more than happy to be the lead on that and asking them, requesting that they notify.
But unless their citizens know about it, I don't think it'll ever happen.
No, I mean, but that just simply means that now the local authorities then are notified about this. That way they can go ahead.
But their local citizens aren't.
But the citizens, when they go to buy that product, then it's already
too late. It's too late. By then they're up. They don't get their hearing aid unless they pay that tax.
No,
I'm not trying to be cantankerous.
But the local authorities at the county level, they've adopted a resolution then. With the counties, they adopt an ordinance then. Then now they opt in then to remove the taxes, just like we did at the state level.
Let me get okay.
Yield your time back.
Will you let
y'all
me
tag
have-
teaming up there, so what you doing?
I know it. This is 2 against 1. I hope y'all notice that.
Representative McCampbell.
I renew my motion, Mr. Speaker.
That is a
Did
motion.
you say you removed it?
No, I renew it, ma'am.
That's a motion for the body. You've heard the request.
So wait a minute. How do I ask people to vote?
You would ask them to vote no.
Vote no. Please vote no. Reject the tyranny. Let's vote no.
Point of order.
It's a non-debatable motion.
I got a point of personal privilege, yes, ma'am.
Point of order. I'm just trying to get the clarity. What are we doing?
We're actually,
Hold up.
so the motion from Representative McCampbell was to reconsider what she had tabled.
The initial tabling
Yes,
motion
ma'am, that is correct.
that she prevailed on,
That's correct.
that she's now about to lose on.
That's correct. Well, I don't know about that.
I just want to get it correct. I see where this is going. I'm just trying to get it. Okay. All right. I tried to help you a minute ago and you told me no, but I'm still with you, girl.
Am I really about to lose this? Are y'all going to vote against the elderly and disabled of this state?
So the question for the body, if you would like to reconsider, put the motion, put the amendment back on, the vote would be aye. If you would like to keep it removed, the vote would be no.
Vote
Unlock
no.
machines and the members will vote.
No. Vote me no. Please vote me no. Vote Cory no, too, because I use him all the time. Vote Cory no.
All the members voted. Clerk will lock the machine. Members, record the votes. So we got the committee sub is back on.
I can't hear what they're talking about up there.
Okay, we're back on the original. Need to take a break for a few minutes on this one, I think. So we're back on the original tabling motion. So the question before the body now is to table the sub. So we're back on the tabling of the sub. So if you'd like to table the sub, your vote would be aye. If you'd like to keep the sub on, your vote would be no. Clerk will
I'm
unlock
going
the
to go to my
machine and
dying
members
breath.
vote.
Vote yes to table this sub. I am just out of breath.
Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes, 35 ayes, 48 nays. So now we're back on the committee sub.
I respectfully ask for y'all to please remove the state sales tax by passing the sub and letting the cities and counties ride the backs of the elderly and the disabled.
Well, I guess that was germane to the subject. So the question for the body now is final passage. Is adoption of the sub. So I've got some lights on. Do y'all want to talk about the sub?
I think y'all just really want to vote and go on with the day, I'm sure.
Okay, if you want to talk about this, turn your lights off. Just turn the lights off for right now.
I have asked for them to vote.
Okay, now the question is the adoption of the sub. So if you'd like to adopt the committee sub, your vote would be aye. If not, your vote would be no. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote.
Yes and yes. I want to adopt it. Maybe I will vote against my own bill.
Clerk will lock the machine and record the votes. 95 ayes, 3 nays. Sub has been adopted. Chairwoman Wilcox.
So now I'm asking for final passage. May I have final passage of HB 51? As substituted. I keep being reminded. Thank you, Dildred.
Chair recognizes the lady from Montgomery, Representative Morris.
Congratulations, League of Municipalities.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, with a young lady yield.
Yeah, I don't think that was germane.
Get my timeout chair warmed up. I'll be there in a minute.
That's right, that's right. I tried to come, I turned my light on, I tried to get down here before the sub came back to actually try to help you out. I called Danny Garrett Pistol. I said they bring him out when they trying to bring out the big guns. Yes, and when I saw him turn his light on, I said, this is about to go down. But something that they mentioned, that we're gonna let the counties and the cities make the decision. And I remember in 2020, when we first came in, the first thing that came up was occupational tax. And when occupational tax came up, didn't nobody say nothing about the cities and the counties, or the cities being able to stay within their rights of getting occupational tax. So I just think sometimes, and we fought against that, and then we came back, and now we're fighting against hearing aids for the seniors. How about that? Thank you for bringing the bill.
Thank you for your comments.
Question for the body now is final passage of HB 51. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes, 102 ayes, 0 nays. HB 51 has passed.
Thank you, body. I appreciate y'all.
Clerk, call next bill.
On page 8 of the calendar, House Bill number 164 with substitute by Representative Robbins relating to consumer protection.
Representative Robbins, you're recognized.
Thank you, Speaker. So I have HB 164. What this bill does, it requires distributors of online pornography to do the following. They must verify the age of those individuals that access the material. That verification is done by a government-issued ID or a commercially reasonable method. 2, it must make those companies have a warning label that this material is addictive and harmful. 3, it must verify the age of all performers on the website that they are of age. 4, all performers must provide written consent to have their image displayed on a website. And 5, that company must keep those records for a minimum of 5 years in case they're audited. A violation of those rules allows the parent or guardian of that child to file a lawsuit against that commercial entity. The parent, guardian, or individual of the person who had their image posted without their consent has a cause of action against that commercial entity. When you file that action, you are entitled to typical damages, but also attorney's costs and punitive damages, and it's a violation of the Deceptive Trade Practices Act. So there's also a tax collected against this, and there's a criminal penalty for posting images without written consent of that individual. So I have a substitute, Speaker. Do I move for the...
Let's get the BIR first.
Hopefully I get the BIR. So with that, I move for the BIR.
Okay, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Clark, Representative Jackson. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Shelby, Representative Mooney.
What is it?
Thank you for bringing this. This is a part of a large active process that's going on in our body to try to deal with pornography and the effects of it. We appreciate it so much.
Chair, thanks, gentlemen. Question for the body now is adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote.
The minority. We're ideal.
Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes, 99 ayes, 0 nays, 1 abstention. BR has been adopted. Representative Robbins.
So now that we're back on the bill, do we accept the bill and then the sub?
Sub, tell us about your sub. It's a committee sub, Representative.
It's a committee sub. There were several amendments added in committee. Those amendments are, there's an amendment from the Department of Revenue that just makes this go into effect in 25. And there was an amendment about adding not just intentional act, but knowingly and intentional. And it clarifies what entities are liable under this under all sections in this. And I think it's important, like what Representative Mooney said, that we understand this is a problem in our state. And I think we have this is one of many solutions to try to tackle this problem. But I think that we as a state need to go after these companies as best we can and try to protect our children and be supportive of all measures possible to protect our children. So with that, I move for passage of the sub.
You've heard the explanation of the committee sub. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Clark, Representative Jackson, speaking on the committee sub.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Speaker. You gave some very vague explanations of your sub as it relates to the original bill. You didn't give the differences in what the sub does. You just said Revenue Commission, they wanted to do this for these purposes. What does the other amendments does for the bill? I'm not against the bill. I think it's due season.
Do you want me to tell you?
What your original bill does? Just at the end, you tell me what the sub.
Well, the original bill does. Well, the original bill does exactly what I said. That it requires it basically real fast age verification. It verifies the age of those accessing the material. They're of age. It verifies the age of the performers, that they are of age, and we're not allowing statutory rape. And then what we're making them maintain those records. What the amendments do is it clarifies that in two places where before you had to just, my original bill just said intentionally distributing the material. I was asked if I would include intentionally and knowingly in two places, and I said I agreed that I would add the word and knowingly in two places. Actually, I correct that. My bill said knowingly, and they asked for the word intentionally. So it said I added and intentionally in two places. And with in two other places, it wanted to be made clear, because there's multiple sections in the bill, that there was protections for the internet service provider on certain portions of this, and the internet service provider is not the cable company or the online, is not the pornographer distributor themselves. The internet service provider is the company that your internet comes through. So when you turn on your internet, wherever it comes from, and it was just to say, well, they shouldn't be liable because they're the ones that turned on the pipeline.
When you, on your internet or on your cable service, you have to purchase this stuff.
Correct. You have to.
It's not free.
No, it's not free. It is a good. I don't know if it'd be. It's a good that you purchase.
It's a service that they can render. If you, I mean, it's still a choice of the people that purchase it.
That is correct.
Now, are there penalties involved there?
There are penalties.
Okay,
there are multiple penalties. Well, one, there's a private cause of action. So one, if you are the harm party, as in there's several different harm parties here. One is your child access this material without having to go through the verification process, you can bring a lawsuit against that company.
The verification process, kind of explain that to me, because, you know, we got some smart kids. They're not, you know, they into this technology more than adults think that they are. So the verification process, explain that.
So what the verification process would work, if your website is over 33 1/3 adult content, which we deem harmful to minors, which is pornographic adult content, if it is, you must have a verification process on your website, which would mean when you go to the website, there would be in essence what we would call a landing page. So you imagine in the, you know, in the real world, if you go into a strip club or you go to someplace, there'll be a bouncer at the door that checks your ID. So what we would do now is in the virtual world, there will be a landing page before you get into the website that says, show me that you are of age, or else you cannot go to the next page, which
Thank you. I can explain it. Thank you. See, we need to just tell the people what we're doing. Explanations, understanding is most important. And there's a lot of people just listening, they don't ask a lot of questions So there are people out there that are listening and want to know answers, and that's why I asked you to explain that. Because it's going to help them, it's going to help their families and protect their children. That's what we're doing.
Right. I mean, that's what I said before. We've got to protect our children in the state of Alabama. We've got to make sure they understand, because they don't have the mental capacity to understand what they are looking at and what they are viewing. And so I appreciate your question.
Okay. That's our explanation. Understanding. Now, what words out all you getting? Get a what? Understanding.
Right.
Understanding is great, and I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
No, thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. The question for the body now is adoption of the committee sub. Clerk will unlock machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 102 ayes, 0 nays. Committee sub has been adopted. Representative Robbins.
Well, with that, I'd ask for final passage of the committee sub.
It'll be for final passage of the bill.
With that, I'll ask for final passage of the bill,
Okay,
Speaker.
very good. That's question for the body is final passage as substituted at HB 164. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes, 101 ayes, 1 nay. HB 164 has passed.
And with that, Speaker, I was asked if I could open this up to co-sponsors.
We can do that. Ms. Clerk, let's open it up for with co-sponsors. Clerk, lock the machine.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, body.
Thank you, gentlemen. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 6 of the calendar, House Bill number 66 by Representative Brown with substitute relating to seafood products.
Chairman Brown, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is House Bill 66, which is the seafood origin bill. What this does, it requires restaurants and other food establishments to post where their seafood comes from, whether it's imported or it's domestic seafood, and whether it's wild caught or farm-raised seafood. It's just part of the public's right to know where your food comes from.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Clark, Representative Jackson, speaking on the BIR.
Oh, me too, man.
Oh, I've got a lot of recognition now. I'm going to keep it going, Mr. Speaker. Thank you so much for the recognition. Come back. Seafood laboring.
Let's talk about.
Didn't we pass this bill several years ago?
Dealing with catfish.
Only catfish.
Yeah, only catfish.
But this is about everything in the sea.
That's right.
Or in the water that swim around.
That's right.
So we don't want fish to say they come from Vietnam.
Don't like that Vietnamese fish.
Have you ever tried it?
Oh, I have. They call it sway.
Did they tell you it was Vietnamese?
Sway is Vietnamese catfish.
Vasa. I said, did they tell you it was from there?
Well, no, they told me the last place I went to that had sway, they told me it was from the Gulf of Mexico.
That goes a long ways, doesn't it?
It's the Gulf of Tonkin.
Yeah, but I didn't know they connected anywhere.
No, that's
I really appreciate you bringing this because
yes, sir.
We need to know where and what.
That's right.
And it's food safety, and I wanted to bring it and get an opportunity, you know, when I get a chance to speak, I speak. I'm like my grandson, you know. It took him a while for him to become the speaker.
Action Jackson.
And once he started talking, we can't get him to stop. Now that the light done come on up on the hill there, I'll be back. Thank you so much for this meeting.
Yes, sir.
That must run in the family. Is that right?
It does.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Hale, Representative Travis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
I just wanted to come to you and commend you for bringing this bill. You know, coming from the catfish capital of Alabama and everything, I recognize how important it is because that effort was made by Point Orchard yourself for the catfish industry, and it's really been very helpful and really good. The ability to identify seafoods, and one of the things that really amazed me, and I was always careful about seafood because when I was doing my environmental engineering study, wastewater studies, you know, I really, when it was time, we learned that how in some areas of Vietnam and other places, that's what they call farming, is that they put a big cage in the middle of the river and keep fishes in and everything. So whatever byproducts come down the river, whatever stuff like that, they just got them growing where they got them confined in that cage. And in a lot of areas, as you said, raw sewage, in this areas was growing because they don't have effective sewage treatment plants. Raw sewage comes down through that they'll feed any type of contamination river. So being able to identify, you know, and because the biggest thing is for a lot of people's health, you know, if you're eating the area, eating products that have been contaminated, it could trigger a health issue that, you know, that could be very detrimental to someone's health. But it also is fair for folks to know that where the food they're getting, where it's coming from, and not that assume in the price difference. So I applaud you and thank you for that, and thank you on behalf of for the catfish industry, because it's a tremendous lift, and I appreciate you. Thank you,
Representative. I appreciate your words. Sure do.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the lady from Mobile, Representative Wilcox, be the third person to speak on the BIR.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Speaker. Will you yield?
Yes, ma'am. Of course.
Representative Brown, or Chairman Brown, I just want to tell you how important this bill is to our community. My dad had shrimp boats, but most importantly, and germane to today, I buy my seafood from Captain Deaf Seafood. It is a disabled deaf man in our community that makes his living with seafood. And he has been directly, this is the truth, don't laugh over there, this is the truth. He makes his living by selling seafood, and he is being unfairly and justly, his prices are having to be affected by these imports. Captain Deaf Seafood has quality seafood. I think they're right down the road from you. I think you buy from him too.
I sure do, yeah.
So we support our disabled deaf community, and we support real wild caught Alabama shrimp. So thank you so much for bringing this bill. I'm in total support.
Well, thank you, Representative. I appreciate it.
Chair thanks the lady. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Morgan, Representative Yarborough, be the fourth person to speak on the BIR.
Thank you for the recognition. I just wanted to say thank you for bringing this bill. I have a constituent in my district runs a fish market, and this is of extreme concern to him, not just from the quality of the food, but putting America first. And I think in every way it's a fantastic bill. It's responsible, and I just really appreciate you making this a priority. So thank you.
Thank you, Representative Yarborough. I appreciate that.
Question for the body now is the adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine and record the votes. 102 ayes, 0 nays. The BR has been adopted. Chairman Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We had the committee sub.
Okay.
Yeah.
Explain the sub for us.
What we did on the sub was we just had a few things that weren't workable with the Restaurant Association as far as signage and some of the advertising requirements that we had in the original bill. And so what we didn't want to do was impact them negatively from a potential job aspect. So we just corrected some of those issues regarding advertising and posting of signage.
I've heard the explanation of the sub. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Mobile, Representative Bracy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
On the surface, I support this. I know exactly where you're coming from. This is our community, people that work in our communities. I had the opportunity 2 weeks ago to speak to the owner of Wenzel's, and they had some concerns about it. And the reason why they had concerns was because, one, currently, if you can request to know where any food item, so people right now can request to know where any of these food items come from. And what they're concerned about is it helps on the selling side with the shrimpers and things like that, but it may hurt on the retail side as far as the restaurants are concerned. Can you tell me what do we have in place to kind of protect that? Because if Winsel's, and you know who they are, have concerns, I'm sure other people have concerns as well. Just want to make sure that we don't have any unfair burden that we're passing on to, because we want to be, as business friendly as possible while we're making this happen, and that we're not just supporting one part of the industry and then end up harming another part and have to come back and try to fix it.
No, one of the problems we have with the current legislation or the current code that we passed several years ago was just the knowledge aspect when you require employees to know where the seafood comes from. My experience is I've gone to multiple restaurants and always asked, what's your catch of the day? Where did it come from? That sort of thing. And 9 out of 10 times they don't know, or they tell me something that I know is factually incorrect. And they'll tell something like sway that I know is Vietnamese catfish. They'll tell me it came from the Gulf of Mexico. Well, that's not right. They don't know that. And there's no recourse for that. So this is an effort to correct that. Now, on the second part of that, I'm a free market guy. I believe in free market economics. And so if you want to sell foreign imports, then go ahead and do it. That's fine. I'm not trying to deny you that aspect of doing that. But what this does, it addresses the situation by working. A lot of what they had issues with, we've addressed in the sub, in issues like naming the specific country. That becomes difficult because they may have one supplier on Tuesday and another supplier on Thursday. So you constantly would have to change that. So we just made it where it's either foreign or a product of the USA. And that way that's taking out
take some of the specifics off.
Right. And then even some on the signage, we had some in there where the signage had to be larger and the font had to be larger than that was really doable. And so what we did, we shrunk that down where it has a minimum size that they could print off of any printer that they're going to have at the restaurant. We address the situations with, say, like posting the signage at a deli who is not necessarily going to have a menu for sitting down. So we address that where the deli sign at, say, a gas station that serves fish and shrimp behind the counter, where they have to post their sign versus the difference between that and a restaurant. And then even on the federal side, we address a lot of the issues that what is covered on the federal side versus what's covered on the state side. So I really went out of my way to work with the hospitality industry.
That's what I was going to ask you, as far as, because I know we have a lot of very smart people that help educate us on legislation. Can you tell me some of the groups that you've worked with on this? Sure. Just to make sure, because I am concerned about the Winsel deal. Winsel's in my district. I am concerned about it, and I just want to make sure that we're protecting them. And so if you can, give me an idea of who you work with to.
Well, first and foremost, the Organized Seafood Association of Alabama, the Dauphin Island Sea Lab. Dauphin Island Sea Lab came up and testified in the public hearing. And then on the restaurant side, be the Hospitality Association, the Retail Association, Restaurant Association.
Okay.
Gumbo.
That's what I was concerned about.
Yeah.
Because believe me, I want to get cheaper, and I want it to be
we can't do it
from our own. Because I saw, it was kind of funny. We was up here eating shrimp. They had shrimp at one of the receptions the other day, and I'm like, man, we come all the way to Montgomery to eat shrimp. When you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's kind of like to make you wonder, where did shrimp come from?
That's right.
You don't really know.
So. Well, and it's a twofold thing. Part of it is to let the consumer know what they're eating, where it came from, so they can make informed decisions whether they want imported seafood or they want domestic seafood. But at the same time, it's protecting jobs in Alabama where if markets are closed, because what the big picture on this is what happens is the federal government provides loans to the seafood industries in foreign nations to set their seafood industries up, and we finance them beginning in operation, and then we don't charge them tariffs to import that seafood back into the United States, or they're very low tariffs. Like right now, Ecuador pays no tariffs, so they flood the market with imported shrimp, and that drives the cost down for local shrimpers like what Representative Wilcox was describing, where they have a trouble competing in their own state because the prices that are driven so low by the federal government allowing those people to come in here. So I would ask you, when you're in Congress, to really seriously please take a look at that and try to work with us to help prevent that. I know you're supportive of jobs in the district.
Yeah, I just, I try not to bring that into the State House, but just know I just don't want to hurt the restaurants. I don't want to go so far to protect one industry that we end up having some unintended consequences in another industry when all of it should be able to work together, for the good of our economy. Because I know it's been tough. Ever since it's been tough down there, and people are still trying to bounce back and trying to, build up the economy and get back out there and get these boats back going. And so I understand that. I'm just concerned about, we're dealing with inflation, we're dealing with the high price of food as it is, just making sure we're not putting any unfair burden on the retail side, because that's going to eventually just be passed over to the customers.
Sure. And that's one of the issues that we addressed in the sub. And actually, we have an amendment as well to address a couple of those other concerns. So,
well, I'll listen out for that. So I'm not going to take all my time, but I'll listen out for the amendment to make sure that I feel it's kind of satisfactory. If not, we'll talk a little bit more about it. But that's definitely a concern of mine. And I wanted to make sure that the people at Winfield's know that the concern they brought to me was addressed today.
Thank you, Representative Bracy.
Chair, thanks, gentlemen. Chair recognizes the lady from Madison, Representative Hall.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you, you indicate, I'm looking, I think I have a sub. And I have the wrong thing down here. But my question was, when you're talking about the seafood that is brought from in your area, so no matter in this state, that should be, is that for you're talking about across the state, right? When you're talking about the signage that
Right. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
And I do appreciate that. I have seen in some restaurant signs that says farm fresh, raised in Alabama catfish.
We do that with catfish currently.
Right. So you're doing the same thing for seafood?
Seafood, yes, ma'am. Shrimp, fish, crabs, oysters, all of that.
And did I see a penalty if they don't do that?
Yes, ma'am, in the back, on page 8 of the sub.
And so have we had that problem that individuals would not indicate? Since this bill is coming out with the catfish, has that been a problem that folks have not indicating the foods or had a sign to indicate what foods were?
My understanding on the catfish side that most people are in compliance with that.
Okay.
That it's worked out. It's been a successful program and has actually been beneficial to Alabama catfish.
Okay, so that is why, was that the rationale, or was the data from that?
Well, yes, ma'am, that, and actually even, if you look at the Sweet Grown Alabama program that's administered by the Department of Agriculture.
Sure.
That program itself, it's growing every single year because studies show that people want to buy local products, so they want to at least buy products that are domestic. And so I think long-term, this is beneficial for restaurants and food establishments because it'll give people the option, and they can make informed decisions.
So I agree. I support it. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Dr. Hall.
Chair thanks the lady. The question for the body now is the adoption of the committee sub. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, 103 ayes, 0 nays. Committee sub has been adopted. Chairman Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have an amendment.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Baldwin, Representative Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. Thank you, Chairman Brown. First of all, I want to commend you for your effort on this. You have been doggedly fighting for your district through this entire process. It is well-deserved for you to be a champion for your district on this issue. I've had several shrimpers and fish boat captains reach out to me about this problem, and I want to commend you for your dedication for this issue.
Thank you.
I do have an amendment. I do believe you've considered it as a friendly amendment.
Clerk, see the amendment.
Amendment to House Bill number 66 by Representative Simpson.
Representative Simpson, you care to explain your amendment?
Yeah, it kind of helps. It's the language that the NFIB, the Restaurants and Hospitality, Gumbo, shout out to Gumbo, Baldwin County cares about Gumbo a lot. It kind of appeases some of the concerns that Representative Bracey mentioned for the restaurateurs to come forward and make sure that while we want to make sure all districts are affected in a positive manner through this bill. So it just cleans up some of the language through there.
Chairman Brown.
Mr. Speaker, I consider this to be a friendly amendment.
Okay.
And encourage you to vote yes.
Okay, you've heard from the sponsor that he considers this a friendly amendment. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote.
Yes, sir. You too. You're welcome.
Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 103 ayes, 0 nays. The amendment has been adopted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I call for final passage.
That is questions. Final passage of HB 66. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote.
70. Okay, thank you.
Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 101 ayes, 0 nays. HB 66 has passed. Clerk, call next bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, members.
On page 14 of the calendar, House Bill number 110 by Representative Bedsole relating to commercial vehicles.
Representative Bedsole, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill has to do with extending the air mile radius for those trucking companies in our state that are traveling for intra-state travel from the current state of 75 miles to 150, and this will match it up with federal guidelines on interstate travel. With that, I call for the BIR.
Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What I need from you is more clarification of what you're talking about. You went through it so fast that I can't see, what we're doing.
So we're talking about intrastate travel related to these companies that are delivering goods. So really, at the end of the day, this is a bill to increase getting goods or products to the consumer. Right now, if you're under the state license or permit, you're limited to 75 air miles from your base of operation.
Of delivery?
That's right, yes. Okay. We're delivering, specifically, if you want to put it in tangible, this could be things like the concrete industry. This could be talking about pulpwooders, getting out and being able to deliver their products. They're limited by that 75 miles.
But they can only, like in a day's time, because I have some truckers in my family. So what you're saying is you expanding the miles they could travel today, because my route might just be, say, Birmingham to Bessemer or Birmingham to whatever, but it's close. There's a certain number of miles they can travel in delivery per day.
That's right. And the reason this really makes sense is the federal guidelines are 150 miles.
Okay,
So this creates consistency. So whether they're operating under the state permit or the federal permit, when it comes to ALEA and how they enforce the enforcement for truckers, it'll all be consistent.
So now I can go from Birmingham to Montgomery.
It'll be a further air mile radius, so they can travel further during their course of their day.
Okay, but what, does that include round trip?
Yeah, it just changes the total from the base of operation to where they're going. Now 75, it would increase it to 150. So they have to look at things in terms of how far from their base of operation that they can
But
travel.
what I'm saying now is that it tells me I could go from Birmingham, if I got that 150 miles, if I go from Birmingham to Montgomery, and say that's 150, but I got to go back to my base. So does the mileage include round trip? Because most times that's sort of like considered, short travel for
That's right.
them.
Yeah,
Because they do that on a daily basis.
It will increase it. This gives them more opportunity to travel further distances.
To include to make it a round trip, because
Yes,
if
ma'am.
I get there and I done expended the amount of miles I can travel, then how do I get home? But if this includes them being able to go back to the base to delivery, delivery back to base.
So this is their radius on how far they can travel. So
I
this
know
is
that, but I still got to get back. If I done rode all my time,
right.
say my 100.
I'll answer that question for you.
Yeah.
This is not about their driving and back. This is a radius of how far from their base. So what if their base was here? Now they can do operating in a bigger base. So
Yeah, but
so it
even
would
if
take
I'm
care of it.
operating in a bigger base, it's still mileage travel, isn't it?
But it's the radius. We're not changing how far they're driving within their radius.
But you
We're
know,
making the radius
the
bigger.
radius would include miles also.
But there's bigger radius.
Radius that we can travel, that mathematics, it still includes the miles they can travel in the radius.
I don't know how else to answer it other than it makes the radius bigger so they can travel further.
But when I travel further, if my radius, is it a cap on it? The radius? Or does it just add how many more miles in the radius I can travel?
The cap on their travel or the radius?
The
Which is your
radius,
question?
both of them are the same.
The radius gets bigger under my bill.
Yeah, it does, but when your radius get bigger, does that radius include a round trip in the radius? Even if you're in the radius, you go from point A to point B in the radius. Could be a little radius like this. It could be a wide radius like this, but it's still from point A to point B.
Sure.
So you're saying, will that
Yes.
increased radius
Yes.
include my round trip?
Yes.
It will?
Yes.
I'm gonna read your bill because I know what you're
Yes.
saying, but I don't
It'll be a
believe
short
that.
read.
I don't believe it includes a round trip. Because, see, you got to I understand the radius. It could be a small radius, it could be a wide radius, because that was my minor mathematics. But I just want to know that if I'm a trucker, and if there's any means of you monitoring how far I have traveled, I could be traveling in a radius that's like this, or I could be traveling in a straight line that goes still from point A to point B. Will the people who would monitor me, will at some point they say, I have gone beyond the amount of miles I have to travel?
Are you in your radius?
Even if I'm my radius.
All I can tell you.
I could be saying it's a triangle and this is my method of traveling. The only thing the radius is drawn this, and if I'm in the center and Mr. LaVarn, Mr. Rule's chair, if this is my base right here, and I could go this way, this way, this way, whichever way within that radius I want to go to.
It's a fair point to make. This is air miles, so this is not about road miles. This is air miles.
Even if it's air miles, you still got to look at, is it dealing with a step back off of my time? Please step back off of my time.
Yeah.
So, Mr. Speaker, are you going to give me my few minutes while he was whispering? So don't nobody else come up here and get in the ear until I get my understanding of what we're talking about. Because and that's what I said up front, it's clarity. We go through these bills so quickly, and I think from what I understand in this body, half the time, they don't care what the bills say, as long as they've been given orders to vote yes on it. But we have too many unintended consequences because of the way we word these bills. 9 times out of 10, we don't go through the experts who actually can tell us a better way of wording the bills, because, even in the, we do a lot of scripture talking about in here. We lean too much to our own understanding. And when we do that, we sort of be shy of our level of expertise. But when I looked at the bill, I looked at it from the perspective that in practice, and the people that's going to enforce what's going on here, could there be a possibility that even when you're talking about their aerators, even though they're traveling on land, that we could have some unintended consequences for it? And that somebody could max out or say, I didn't understand what my radius increase was. So now I've gone beyond that. It might be a trucker they don't like, or they want to, for some reason, want to punish for some reason, and they'll come back and say you have gone beyond the radius that you could travel in. But we don't often get the truth or the appropriate way but we word these bills, and somebody 9 times out of 10 gonna get caught up. That's all I'm trying to say.
Okay.
And your
Thank you.
raters, yeah.
Chair, thanks, lady. Question for the body now is the adoption of the BRR. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 100 ayes, 1 nay. BR has been adopted.
Mr. Speaker, I call for final passage.
That is the question's final passage of HB 110. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 102 ayes, 1 nay. HB 110 has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, gentlemen. Clerk, call the next bill.
On page 13 of the calendar, House Bill number 156, relating to campaign finance, sponsored by Representative Robertson.
Representative Robertson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, HB 156, under current law, candidates running for public office are required to file for campaign finances after 5 days of qualifying as a candidate. This law would eliminate the need for municipality races to file if you do not raise or expend $1,000. And at that, I call for the BR.
Next question is adoption of the BR. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 92 ayes, 1 nay, 8 abstentions. The BR has been adopted.
With that, I'd ask for final passage.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Marengo, Representative McCampbell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Campaign finance, is this your first bill?
It is my first.
It is?
It is, yes, sir.
I don't think I'd have told that.
For today, it's my first bill today.
Well, let's talk about your bill for a minute.
His son cheats when he plays my grandson in baseball.
Really? Okay. Oh, well, let's see.
Did y'all think I was up here a lot before?
Oh, well, I'm really happy to see you down here. Because I figure, this is a good bill, and I honestly want to know a little bit more about it.
Okay.
So Is it going to help me to be able to, your bill gonna help me out?
It would not help you, not unless you went, if you, I guess, didn't decide to run for this next time and you went municipality race. And then it would help you if you did not raise or expend $1,000.
Oh, it would help me if that happened.
Right, but what it does do is helps the state. I think it's going to save us around, estimated cost of savings would be about $880,000 a year. This affects about 8,000 to 10,000 races.
Okay, is that money gonna come back into the general fund then?
Well, now,
Is it gonna save
I mean, once it's in their budget, I think, they do with how they need to do with it, but I guess we'd have to reconsider that later.
Oh, okay. Well, Mr. Speaker, I thank you for that explanation.
Thank you, sir.
Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Moore.
Uh-oh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Under existing law, a candidate for elected public office within 5 days of becoming a candidate must file a statement with the Secretary of State indicating the name of individuals serving as the principal campaign committee for the candidate. Also, under existing law, a candidate must file periodic campaign finance reports with the Secretary of State during an election cycle, even if the candidate does not receive contributions or make expenditures. So explain to me, where does the savings for the state come in?
Well, the cost of keeping up with these accounts and the staff that it takes to manage that, additional vendors to collect
the state
money. The state, yes.
The state don't hire nobody extra when local people are running or if it was a statewide election. So where are they saving these funds from? Because they're not hiring anybody extra, so who's keeping up with the funds?
Well, it's more work that they would have to do that is accredited.
It's only
you have to pay somebody to do that.
Who pays somebody to do that?
The state would. I mean,
They keep the same people who earn that same salary all day, every day.
Well, they
don't hire nobody else to do it. So it's not an additional cost to the state, because those people are there all the time. So I don't see where the savings are coming into the state, because it's not like when the election comes up, whether it's a state election or if it's a local election, they don't go out and hire additional people to manage the accounts that started when we qualify. We have a certain time for each category as to when you file your campaign finance. They keep the same people that look at them all the time. So I just don't understand where the additional cost or the necessity for the bill, period.
Well, it's my understanding from the Secretary of State's office, they do hire extra to keep up with this burden. Election.
Well, I always talk to the same. I don't care if it's
and the vendors that collect the money. I'm sure there's a fee.
What vendors?
Look, the portals that you have to collect the money through. I mean, there's always credit card fees and things like that cost.
But the state don't have anything to do with that. If I'm spending credit cards with my campaign funds, I just list what I received in contributions, and then I list what I have spent. I list who gave it to me, all of it on that little form. So I don't understand where they are getting involved with vendors.
What I'm talking about is when they do forget to report under the existing law, then they're fined a fine. They
don't find nobody since 2010.
Well.
No, and a lot of people who got elected since 2010 in a particular party that don't always get there on time, they don't get fined. They're listed. They used to be listed in the paper, but since we don't have papers being published, we don't know who all have violated it anymore. But we used to could keep up with it for the ones that had violated whatever rules and regulations of fair campaign finances are going on. But I've never seen in the time that I've been here over 20-some years where, and even when I ran for local elections, where those additional people came in, because I've always seen the same people that's doing all the same work. Because they don't do much when we're not. I mean, they don't have that additional burden when we're not running. But I just question the necessity for the bill in the first place. And I understand they told me not to give you a hard time, but my problem is so many of the bills we have coming up here are just nonsense bills from my perspective, one black woman, that it doesn't do anything to improve the quality of life of the citizens of the state of Alabama. It's not providing a better education. It's not providing better health care. It's not making sure that our people have better jobs or that they can afford a home instead of renting for the rest of their life. But utility bills up, which doesn't have any basic, we don't cause it to go up, but still we don't have all the things that we need to have in place to help them, like some industrial of countries that come across that have the different programs to help their citizens in any type of situation. So it's just questioning the necessity of what we have, because I have a piece of gun legislation that they already done told you not to vote for if it ever get to the floor. And that's one that we need, because it's talking about these mass shooting, how they could take them AAR or AK-15 rifles, kill up the whole school, and we still want to keep them. But those are the type of things we need. I have Medicaid expansion, which I'm told that the governor is working out a deal. Well, we won't have a bill, but she could do a good faith handshake to deal with Medicaid expansion. So it's an under-table deal, because we don't want that to come. But there are so many other things that we as a body need to be taken care of. And I think you're one of those people that's concerned about that. And you're a good person from what I've observed.
Well, thank you.
It's just that you done got caught up.
Oh, no.
You're a good person.
Maybe this bill would inspire somebody that thought they may not have the funds to run for office.
Oh, no.
Could get in there.
They still not going to run.
Maybe put their name in the hat.
You know how these parties are. It's only that, most time we looking for the weakest link to be elected so that we can be the boss over them. But I just think that there are other things we need to be talking about. And in line of some of the bills we passed today, especially that early one, that we are not addressing the needs of the people that we go and plead with to put us in office. And once they put us in office, all the millions of things they say that they're concerned about, we put on the back burner. Unless they are our close friend, and our close friend got one issue, then we'll address that one person's issue. But we do not look at the concerns of the masses of people that we are supposed to be here to represent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate you taking the time. Like I said, I think you're a good guy. I just don't want you to get caught up in what's going on in this body. You always got a pleasing personality on your face. I don't think I've ever seen you frown, so you always like you got that welcome feeling on your face to people. I just don't want you to get caught up and start bringing these no-nonsense bills to us when we got so many other issues that we need to address. Thank you so very much.
Thank you.
Sure, thanks, lady. Question for the body now is final passage of HB 156. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes, 98, 99, 100. Ayes, 0 nays. HB 156 has passed. Congratulations on passing your first bill.
Thank you, Marty.
Clerk, call next bill.
On page 4 of the calendar, House Bill number 126 with substitute by Representative Halsey relating to public safety training.
Representative Halsey, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Do I get to continue to use Chad's phone? Mr. Speaker, I am coming today for HB 126, which essentially is kind of a continuation of what we did last year for law enforcement, but this time it applies to firefighters and EMS. I am going to have a sub, but for right now, with that, I move the BIR.
That's a question for the body's adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 101 ayes, 0 nays. The BIR has been adopted. Representative Halsey.
Thank you. So the committee sub that I've got is essentially, it's going to require the training to be included in the curriculum for the fire college, and then it would be every other year. That's all it does. I also do expect an amendment, but with that, I move to adopt sub.
Okay, you've heard the explanation of the committee sub. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 103 ayes, 0 nays. The committee sub has been adopted. Representative Halsey.
Thank you. Move for final passage.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Lee, Chairman Lovern.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Have an amendment.
Clerk, see the amendment.
Amendment to House Bill number 126 by Representative Lovern.
Chairman Lovern, you care to explain your amendment?
Yes, sir, Mr. Speaker. I certainly applaud the lady for her work and her passion in this endeavor. We did have some corrections that would align to not put a undue burden on the profession and the training standards for the fire personnel. And I'll just read that amendment. Places line 14 through 15 on page 1 with disabilities to require recently certified fire protection personnel to undergo the training and to condition. Replace line 23 on page 1, says beginning January 1st, 2025, the Alabama. And replace lines 25 through 26 on page 1 with the following. Shall, within 6 months of fire protection personnel becoming certified, require him or her to complete 1 hour of, and then remove lines 32 through 36 in their entirety on page 2.
I consider this to be a friendly amendment.
Okay, you've heard the explanation of the amendment. The sponsor considers it to be a friendly amendment. Chair recognizes the lady from Madison. Representative Hall, speak on the amendment.
Thank you. Would the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you go with me up to the first page, lines 14? You removed, what did you do with disability?
On lines 14 through 15 on page 1, replace with the following. Disabilities to require recently certified fire protection personnel to undergo the training and to condition.
And what were those conditions? Two conditions.
It's just removing undergo the training.
Okay, so
Yes,
you're
ma'am.
removing that,
Yes, ma'am.
and then you're putting,
Then we're putting that statement.
okay, disabilities to require recently certified fire protection. Okay. All right, so go with me then to 23 through 25.
For 23, page 1, section B, beginning January 1st, 2025, the Alabama. And then following, replace 25 and 26 on page 1, put shall within 6 months of fire protection personnel becoming certified, require him or her to complete 1 hour of.
Okay, so so when you read it, when you were at your desk, when you were reading that, it's difficult to connect those words. I see why it was confusing to me.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, now the individuals with invisible disabilities, do you find, you're a former fireman, right? Did you recently retire?
Yes, ma'am.
Was this an issue, or was this a concern during your time serving?
It was a growing condition of encountering, the traditions of the fire service. We're just fighting fires or working car wrecks, but now we've moved into more of a medical response, and so we respond to all types of conditions, and just that awareness of how to interact and work with people that may be dealing with other issue, and you're already dealing with an emergency that someone's dialed 911 or had an incident, and then this is just another level of that training, no matter what scenario they're in, that our personnel are getting the right training to be able to interact with those people.
And so when you talk about, could you indicate, and maybe I should ask this to the sponsor, what those types of disabilities that individuals may be, but giving them an opportunity to serve?
Yes, ma'am. It's actually a really expansive list. I can give you a few because there's too many to remember. But you're talking about stroke victims, diabetes, PTSD, autism spectrum, deaf individuals. There's a lot of things. As long as the disability is not clearly visible, it's pretty much covered.
Sure. Okay. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Chair thanks the lady. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Clark, Representative Jackson, speaking on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know it's smelling like witness in here. The hamburger joint down the street. What they call it? Woo, smell up in here. I want to say to you, I want to thank the lady for bringing this bill. Your amendment enhances the bill somewhat, but my really communication with her in committee was this additional training. Will it be on site? Will it be online? And a cost? So I want, when I dial 911, I want to make sure somebody answer that know what they're doing. And I also want to thank the lady for speaking about the mental health issue. See, a lot of times crises occur. She said diabetes, people go into those diabetic shocks and do but there's a mental health issue that also that all firemen and first responders need to react to, because everybody sometimes, they're not always drunk or impaired. They're having a crisis, and that will be done. But what I was trying to get, was it on site or online? Is this on site? This is 1 hour every other year?
It'll be online and free, provided for the department. So that's.
Say that loud.
Online and free.
Thank you very much. So.
Sure, thanks, gentlemen.
You should have some connection with the internet so you can log in. And what happens when they don't take this class? When they don't take the training or don't get involved? I want the ladies to come back and tell us that.
Okay, that'd be on the bill, not the amendment.
Right.
Okay. Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In your amendment, what does it say about the training? Is it still the 1 hour training in there?
Yes, ma'am. It still has, it's not taking that out.
Okay. Is 1 hour sufficient?
Well, that could be 1 hour and then recurring training beyond.
How often?
So often.
it's every other year is the suggested recurring training. So you'd have the initial training and then recurring training. It's common for a lot of certifications that for there's 1 year, 2 year, some's 5 year, maybe in there, but that was programmed in to try not to be an overburden, but also keep that training to light to give people the best tools possible to be able to efficiently respond
I
to their
think when
job.
you first get your training, what I often hear from people, especially in the education system, they'll give them 45 minutes worth of training. Then you might not get it in, like you said, next 2 years you get training. But because you didn't fully understand what you were doing and could develop any type of proficiency in that 1 hour, then you're probably a little less effective when you go out into the fields and have to carry it out. I don't see why the training could be for the first time that you do a 2 years straight in that time, but I always question that 1 hour. I used to hate that because you can't get a fully understanding of what you have to do because you might not face anybody in that situation, might be months. Could be, for different types of things that she said, the list is just so long. Sure. And the probability of you experiencing any of that within that, year, you might be 6 months before you see it. But I think if you had year-to-year training when it starts, and then as you develop proficiency, spread it out over time, because then it'd just be like continuing education.
Well, and I appreciate your comments on that, and when I was serving, I looked at it with my crews as my personnel are like toolboxes themselves. They're always adding tools to their craft and learning and sharpening those tools and adding to it, and throughout their career, that toolbox should be getting bigger and bigger. So yeah, I agree, and this is a great start to get that going. Expand on the awareness and hopefully make for better response when needed in crisis.
Yeah, because there's a lot that they are being confronted with to be able to get out and perform proficient on it. So I guess over time, but I'm always concerned. When I worked in the hospital, I finally got our hospital director that for any new and old programs we had, we started dedicating a learning center there in the hospital. So even after our initial training, if you didn't feel comfortable with it, you can always, make an appointment and go into the learning center to get to review the training. Because like I said, it might be a while before you're even presented with the situation, and you might not can remember exactly what was in that 1 hour training. But if you don't feel comfortable, you can always go and do additional training if that type of facility was in place.
Chair thanks the lady. Question for the body now is the adoption on the floor sub. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock machine, record the votes. 103 ayes, 0 nays. Floor amendment has been adopted. Representative Halsey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for final passage as substituted and amended.
This question is final passage as substituted and amended. Clerk will unlock the machine. Members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 103 ayes, 0 nays. HB 126 has passed.
Thank you.
Thank the lady.
Oh, I was asked to open it for co-sponsors.
Ms. Clerk, let's open it up for co-sponsors. Clerk, call off next bill.
Thank you.
On page 5 of the calendar, House Bill number 101 with substitute by Representative Clark relating to elections.
Representative Clark, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good afternoon, colleagues. In accordance with existing state law, counties may seek reimbursement for election-related expenses. Those election-related expenses include the printing of ballots. It could include postage, equipment, other supplies. This bill, HB 101, would expand the list of expenses that would be eligible for reimbursement to the counties by states. Specifically, training and travel for absentee election managers, poll book maintenance, including software updates, and also voting machine maintenance, and transportation to get voting machines from storage to precincts. Another allowable expense reimbursement would be rental fees paid for the use of facilities as voting precincts. This bill was amended in committee. It was a friendly amendment, and what it does is require that if passed.
Representative Clark, let's get the BIR first, and then we'll get that, okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I move the BIR.
If that's the question now, is the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 102 ayes, 0 nays. BIR is adopted. Okay. The Representative Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The amendment that was offered in committee would require that counties seek reimbursement for election-related expenses within 90 days. Chairman Lee brought that amendment, and I think it was at the request of comptrollers.
Okay, you've heard the explanation of the committee amendment. Clerk will unlock the machines and the member will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 103 ayes, 0 nays. The sub has been adopted. Representative Clark.
Mr. Chairman, I ask that we approve the bill as amended in committee and substitute it.
That is question for the body is the passage of HB 101 as substituted. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 103 ayes, 0 nays. HB 101 has been passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, body. The counties appreciate you.
Thank the lady. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 3 of the calendar, House Bill number 70 by Representative McCampbell relating to the dental examiners of Alabama.
Representative McCampbell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, under the existing law, the Board of Dental Examiners in Alabama is responsible for the licensing and regulation of dentists and dental hygienists in the state. This bill would authorize the board to issue special volunteer licenses to allow eligible non-resident dentists and dental hygienists to practice in this state for a limited time under the supervision of a licensed dentist of the state during an organized charitable event. With that, Mr. Speaker, I ask for the BIR.
That is the questions. Adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. 98 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted. Representative McCampbell.
If there are no questions, Mr. Speaker, I ask for final passage.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Winston, Representative Wadsworth.
May the gentleman yield.
Yes, sir.
The bill essentially is to allow dental hygienists to come that aren't originally licensed, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But in that bill, they're also raising the fee for dental hygienists from $75 to $150 on the existing dental hygienists throughout Alabama. Is that right?
Yeah, well, they are raising the cap, but they said that this is just to get the cap in line with the fee that they were charging.
But it's still a doubling of 100% increase in that fee. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah, but why was it necessary to raise the fee on the dental hygienists throughout Alabama in order to accomplish this bill?
Well, they just said that they were trying to get it all within line, all within the same range that they were charging on this particular dental hygienist part of it.
And that's the only,
But they aren't And I did talk to them about that. They are not planning on raising the fees, but they were putting their cap at 150.
But the folks that are coming in,
They have the 100.
they're going to be 150, and
They more than likely will be $25, but this is just their cap.
well, that's the concern I have. You know, I like the idea of the original part, but raising the cap so they can raise the fees internally is what I'm concerned about, because I've looked at the Board of Public Examiners, you know, and they've actually had more money at the last audit than they had the two previous audits.
Okay.
And that's what concerns me, because, you know, we get in a situation where we have different organizations, they raise the fees for just the local people. And it affects us and affects them too. But I'm opposed to it because of the raising of the fees, but I appreciate you.
All right, thank you, sir.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Calhoun, Representative Robertson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. Does the gentleman yield?
I'm going to use, do I have to?
Is this your first bill today?
Yes, sir, Representative Robinson. This actually is my first bill this week. This bill has made its way from the bottom of the calendar to next to the bottom of the calendar.
Well, I'm all about expanding the service. I do get nervous with dentists, though. I've had some bad experiences in the Navy.
Yes.
And so I have to have the gas and now, so, but I'm trying to get better, but I appreciate you bringing this.
Thank you, sir.
Was that before or after the Chris hot dogs, the gas thing? You tell me?
I'll take all they can give.
Request for the body is final passage of HB 70. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote, 88 ayes, 13 nays. HB 70 has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members.
Thank you, gentlemen. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 7 of the calendar, House Bill number 79 by Representative Gavan relating to crimes and offenses.
Representative Gavan, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker, before you members, I rise today to present HB 79, which it would, if passed. Well, currently in the state of Alabama, there are two types of trafficking. Human trafficking is defined as a crime in the second degree. Here in the state of Alabama, we have two types that are listed within the code. That is knowingly benefiting from and participating in sexual servitude or labor servitude in that type of venture, knowingly recruiting, transporting, providing, etc., another person for the purpose of sexual servitude. Today, I have before you to add additionally to the code, human trafficking in the second degree, which will be a Class B felony. And it is just, if it simply creates a third element to the crime of human trafficking in the second degree. I don't have my good glasses on. These are my old glasses without my new prescription. A person who knowingly advertises either online or in print access to sexual or labor servitude of another. In other words, that person who solicits online for the intent of inducing someone into human trafficking. What experts are finding is that we oftentimes are looking at the trafficking when someone is snatched off the street or taken against their will. But we're now trying to address those avenues in which lead to sexual servitude and trafficking when it begins online. We're seeing with many of our children that many of our children that are being snatched because they are coming into contact with the predator online via social media or some platform. And with that being said, Mr. Chairman, I move for the BIR.
Question for the body is adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 100 ayes, 0 nays. BIR has been adopted. Representative McVan.
And with that being said, Mr. Speaker, I move for final passage. If there are no further questions.
That is question for the body is final passage of HB 79. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote.
Oh.
Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 100 ayes, 0 nays. HB 79 has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thanks, the lady. Chair calls the gentleman from Mobile, Pro Tem Pringle.
Ladies and gentlemen, remember we have agreed to meet at 2 o'clock next Tuesday. And with that, I move the House stand in adjournment.
All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? We are adjourned.